Chapter 116. That's enough. Get out. We'll return to Xiling in 3 days. You can try to stay in Eastern Shu. According to what I know, Han Mingyue has already returned to Jiangnan. You can see if Immerse Xiaoyao will be merciful to you. Lei Tingfeng's face darkened as he spoke coldly. The black-clothed woman stood up and looked at him with grievance. I know why you treat me so badly. You're jealous, aren't you? Or do you think I don't look good wearing a veil? As she spoke, the woman raised her hand to take off the veil on her face. Lei Tingfeng suddenly picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at her. Get out. You humph. After being reprimanded so rudely, the black-clothed woman put down her hand and glared at the man in the chair before leaving in a huff. Yili returned to the Prince Ding mansion. Immerse Xiaoyao was reading in his room. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he raised his head to look at her. You're back. Did something happen to old Madame? Yili waved her hand and said uninterestedly, What could happen at this time? Fourth sister went home to cry and make a fuss. Grandmother wanted me to go back and say a few words. She's never been easy to deal with, so how could she listen to me? But on the street, I met the heir of Xiling and Princess Lingyun. Immerse Xiaoyao looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Yili thought about it and decided there wasn't much to talk about. She turned around and went to change into some light clothes. When she came out, she saw Immerse Xiaoyao was still sitting in the room with his head lowered, reading. She called Qing Xia and the others to bring out some plain colored cloth. Qing Shuang had always been clever. Not long after Yili gave the order, she had already brought the cloth over with a smile before she had even sat down. They were all light colors like the moon white, light green, and beige. She also thoughtfully brought over all kinds of utensils. Yili took the cloth and looked at the man in front of her. Her faint brows furrowed together. Immerse Xiaoyao raised his head to look at her conflicted appearance. He smiled faintly. What's wrong? Not satisfied with the clothes made in the residence? She heard that there were 2 embroidery workshops in the capital that sold pretty good stuff. She would ask them to send some over to take a look. You don't have to be so troubled. Yili was speechless. If I bought clothes for you from outside, wouldn't Mother Lin and wet nurse nab me to death? She then looked at her own clothes. Was she that picky? Gritting her teeth, Yili said, Lend me one of your old clothes. Immerse Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at Yili, who was trying her best to remain expressionless. Slowly, her gaze shifted to the cloth on the table. Her eyes moved slightly as she looked at Yili and said with a smile, Go get it yourself. Ever since he was sent to this courtyard to recuperate, Chief Steward Mo had ordered people to move all the clothes in his room here. However, his new wife seemed to have a good habit of not touching other people's things, even if the other person was her husband. So even though their things were placed together, in reality, they were placed separately. No one would touch the other's things. Yili snorted softly. She stood and walked into the room. But after walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Turning back, she took the measuring tape from the needle and thread box and walked in. Immerse Xiaoyao stared at the simple and elegant cloth on the table in a daze for a while. Then he suddenly smiled faintly. Her eyes, which were originally a little cold, now had some real warmth. Either you didn't do something at all, or you did it as quickly as possible. So, Yili's daily life had an extra task of needlework. The 2 old mamas were comforted by this. Seeing their young miss play with knives and swords every day after getting married, the 2 mamas were very anxious. Even though the prince didn't say anything, but how could a Wang Fei play with knives and swords every day? Other than San Yi, the Su family hadn't had a martial artist in hundreds of years. It definitely was San Yi who taught young miss bad things. The 2 mamas who didn't know the truth silently blamed Su Qingfeng, who was about to enter the army. Their Wang Fei was making clothes for the prince for the first time. This attracted the attention of the mamas and the servant girls. When they started to eat, Yili found something very depressing. She didn't know how to make clothes for men. When her mother was still alive, she wasn't old enough to learn how to make clothes. After her mother passed away, there was no one to teach her, and there was no need for her to do so. So she had forgotten about it. In the end, she could only helplessly let Lin Mama teach her how to make clothes. After making the clothes, the servant girls surrounded Yili to discuss what pattern to use what color of embroidery thread to use, and what kind of pouch to match it with. Everyone was talking at once and arguing nonstop. PMP and Mo Shuyao didn't know what had happened, but his reading location had changed from the study to their room. Even though they were in the outer room, Yili, who was surrounded by the servant girls in a room, felt that Mo Shuyao could hear what they were muttering about. She couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed. She wanted to slap these talkative servant girls until they fainted. Wang Fei, seeing Yili pick up the cloud pattern, and prepare to make the thread, Qing Shuang shouted disapprovingly. She looked like she wanted to come forward and destroy the pattern in her hands. Yili raised an eyebrow at her. Qing Shuang said, Wang Fei, you're giving this to someone. How can you take out a pattern that is too normal? The veins on Yi Li's forehead jumped. It was just making clothes. Wouldn't this girl have too many opinions? Qing Shuang ignored Yi Li's dissatisfied expression and quickly put a stack of patterns in front of Yi Li. There were all kinds of dragon patterns, eagle patterns, tiger patterns, and complicated patterns of flowers and plants, auspicious patterns, etc. Qing Shuang looked at Yi Li's dark expression and hurriedly took out one of the patterns. She said in a small voice. Qing Shuang asked for Wang Fei. The prince likes this one. Glaring at the image of an eagle in the sky, she wanted to poke Qing Shuang with a needle. Qing Shuang saw her young miss's unfriendly expression and hurriedly made a begging expression before running out. Yi Li stared dazedly at the patterns on the table. She suddenly sighed and took the embroidery basket to the side to make the thread. Qing Xia served from the side and said, Qing Shuang is a naughty girl, but she's thinking for Wang Fei. It's best if Wang Fei isn't angry at her. Yi Li looked up at her and said helplessly, This girl is usually spoiled. She's always mischievous. Qing Yu pursed her lips and snickered. Qing Shuang is really energetic. Why don't Wang Fei punish her to do embroidery? Qing Xia covered her mouth and snickered. Qing Yu's punishment is too harsh. But if Wang Fei can calm down, Qing Shuang will be happy to accept the punishment. Qing Shuang had a jumpy temper. She had always been impatient with needlework. Usually, it was as if she wanted her life to finish embroidering a handkerchief. Yi Li's eyes turned, and there was a smile on her face. Very good. Tell Qing Shuang to embroider a winter plum for me. It must be done in half a month. Otherwise, let her do as she sees fit. Qing Wan and others blinked and smiled. They secretly mourned for Qing Shuang in their hearts. You know that Wang Fei is shy, but you still ran to ask the prince. Isn't this sending yourself to be punished by Wang Fei? What does Li want to embroider? Mo Xiaoyao's voice came from outside. Everyone quickly turned and bowed. Prince. Mo Xiaoyao looked at the three girls who were full of smiles and said, Leave. Chapter 117. The three bowed and retreated, leaving some space for the prince and Wang Fei. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao come over, Yi Li looked with some embarrassment at the things in her hands and said, Is Prince so idle? He's wandering around the room all day. Mo Xiaoyao smiled slightly and said, He doesn't need to go to court and doesn't have anything to do. Naturally, he is idle. Li has been very busy these days. Yi Li rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Did he not see what she was busy with? The wheelchair stopped next to Yi Li. Mo Xiaoyao said with a light laugh, Li, don't be embarrassed. Even if your embroidery is not good, I will not laugh at you. Very good. Yi Li angrily poked a needle on her clothing. He dared to say that her embroidery was not good. Even second aunt praised her embroidery. Tilting her head to look at Mo Xiaoyao, Yi Li had a fake smile on her face. No, my embroidery is not good. I don't dare to stain Prince's eyes. Get someone from the sewing room to sit, so I don't have to worry. Mo Xiaoyao smiled helplessly. I mean that no matter what Li embroidery looks like, it is the best in Ai's eyes. Yi Li snorted and ignored him. She turned around and went back to work. Mo Xiaoyao sat silently at the side and looked at Yi Li's gradually focused expression. A warm smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Because the Li palace had lost face during the previous wedding, the virtuous imperial concubine was probably trying her best to regain her face this time. The ceremony of marrying an equal consort was as grand as marrying a D-consort. But due to Princess Ling Yun's status as a princess of country, outsiders could not find fault with it. This made Yi Ying's already ugly face even more gloomy. On the day of the wedding, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao beat Li Wang Fei together. Mo Jingli personally stood at the door to welcome them. Yi Li habitually found that Mo Jingli still had a stiff face. There was no joy on his face. If it wasn't for his new red wedding robes, if it wasn't for his good looks, the guests passing by would have wondered if they should turn back home and change into black and white to attend the wedding. Now, Yi Li really sympathized with Yi Ying. Mo Jingli wasn't cold by nature. He was just used to pretending. If any man dared to show such a half-dead expression at her wedding, she would kick him to death no matter if it was her previous life or this life, indicating that Mo Jingli did not need to care about them. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li entered the Li Wang Fu with the steward of the Fu. Mo Jingli did not have the time to care about them. Maybe it was to get back the face she had lost last time. Virtuous consort Zhao not only made the wedding extravagant, she even invited the Empress Dowager to personally host her son's wedding. To be able to flatter the Empress Dowager, it was naturally a great opportunity to curry favor. Therefore, as long as the officials were in Jing City, regardless of whether they had received the invitation or not, they would think of ways to come and congratulate them. The Li Wang Fu was filled with guests and was as busy as a marketplace. What is it? What was he thinking about? Seeing Yi Li's strange and conflicted expression, Mo Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Yi Li shook her head and said with a smile, "Nothing. I'm just curious. Does Li Wang have the same expression all year round? Isn't today a day of great joy?" If it was anyone else, they might have thought that she was dissatisfied with the marriage bestowed by the emperor. Mo Xiaoyao turned his head to look at Mo Xiaoyao at the door and said with a smile, "Jingli has never liked to smile since he was young. Those who are familiar with him are used to it." Yi Li didn't really care about this issue. The wedding hadn't started yet, so the male guests and female guests were arranged separately. When they entered the residence, the stewards came forward to invite Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li to their respective places. The steward of the Li Wang Fu led Yi Li into the inner Fu. The female guests that had come to attend the wedding were all gathered in the garden of the Li Wang Fu. They were resting and chatting in the small pavilions in the garden. Passing through the garden, where the noble women gathered in twos and threes, Yi Li was led to an elegant small pavilion on the east side of the garden. Inside, there were some women of high status or older. Virtuous concubine Zhao brought Yi Ying to accompany them personally. Seeing Yi Ying's bitter expression and the dissatisfaction between the brows of the virtuous consort, Yi Li sighed in her heart. Yi Ying and Yi Yu were both women of Wangshi. They were both beautiful. How could they be so different? It seemed that old Madame Yi and Minister Ye's decision was right. Even if Yi Ying's appearance was better than Yi Yu's, with her personality, she would have been torn to pieces if she was sent to the palace. Greetings to old consort. Yi Li went forward to greet the old consort. The virtuous consort was about to get up to greet her. Yi Li certainly would not let her get up. Without waiting for her to speak, she said with a smile, "So many people have arrived, but I am the latest. Old consort, please don't blame me." The virtuous consort moved her body and sat down firmly. She smiled proudly. "Not at all. Princess Ding coming to our Li Palace brings light to our humble dwelling. I wonder if Prince Ding," Yi Li said with a smile. "Prince Ding is also here. He went outside first and will come to greet old consort later." The virtuous consort praised Yi Li with a face full of smiles. Of course, the two people involved did not take these praises seriously. Although the virtuous consort was not young, she was of the same generation as Mo Xiaoyao. She never expected the Prince of Ding to come and greet her in person. After exchanging greetings, Yi Li glanced at the people sitting in the pavilion. Almost all of them were acquaintances. However, Zhao Yang Grand Princess, Zhao Run Grand Princess, and old Madame Hua had not arrived yet. The Southern Marquise, sitting in front, stood up and gave Yi Li her seat. Yi Li thanked her with a smile. The Southern Marquise was the mother-in-law of the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Zhen. Yi Li had a good impression of this eldest sister's husband. She smiled and chatted with the southern marquise. As she listened to the noble women casually talk about the gossip in the capital, Yili occasionally added a few words. Yili was puzzled to find that Ying, who was sitting next to the virtuous consort, was almost completely silent. Sitting there all alone, she looked more like a beautiful puppet. Because of today, Ying's dress was different from her usual elegant and refined appearance. She wore a bright red princess dress with gold peonies entwined around it. It made her look even more unnatural. It made people feel inexplicably uncomfortable just by looking at her. It had to be said that Yi Ying had been spoiled by Wang Shi to the point that she did not look like a legitimate daughter of a noble family at all. Wang Shi had spent all of Yi Ying's intelligence and time on learning the four arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, singing, and dancing. In fact, there were many noble ladies who did not know these things at all, or only picked one or two to learn. They had a good enough family background and did not have to worry about not being able to marry into a good family. It was better to have the reputation of being a talented girl. However, between the reputation of being a talented girl and the means of being in power, anyone would choose the latter. Speaking of which, Princess Ding and Ing haven't had a good talk in a long time. It's not good for us old women to have the princess consort sit here with them. Inger accompanied Princess Ding for a walk. The virtuous consort sensed Yi Li's gaze on Yi Ying and did not make things difficult for her. She directly ordered Yi Ying. Yi Ying looked at Yi Li and pursed her lips as she stood up. Yi Li stood up and smiled at the virtuous consort. Since that's the case, thank you for your consideration. Everyone, Yi Li will leave first. Chapter 118. Watching the two sisters leave, Nan Marquis Foreign smiled. Speaking of which, this Princess Ding speaks in a gentle manner and has good manners. If she was a daughter of an ordinary family, who knows how aggrieved she would be. No wonder old Madame Hua praised Princess Ding so much. Everyone agreed. They all had daughters. If Princess Ding did not marry, who knew if it would be their daughter's turn to marry into the Ding King's residence? The Ding King's residence had a high status, but Prince Ding did not have any power in the court. Furthermore, he was a disabled person who could not walk. If their daughter, who they had painstakingly raised, were to marry into his residence, wouldn't their hearts ache? Therefore, towards Yi Li, who married into the Ding King's residence first, it was inevitable that they would feel sympathy and pity for her. Looking at this girl, she was only 15 or 16 years old. To be able to have such a calm and composed temperament after marrying such a husband, she was indeed not bad. On the contrary, Princess Consort Li, who was once envied by all the noble ladies in the capital, was a little disdainful. Wasn't she the #1 beauty who was proficient in the four arts? She did not even know when to advance or retreat when interacting with others. No one knew what Prince Li saw in her. She did not seem like she came from the same residence as Princess Ding. Of course, everyone only kept this evaluation in their hearts and would never say it in front of the virtuous consort Zhao. Yi Li brought Yi Ying to walk in the garden. Although Yi Li tried her best to choose a remote place to walk, the two of them had different statuses and attracted a lot of attention. Fortunately, everyone knew their limits. They understood that Princess Ding and Princess Consort Li wanted to reminisce about the past and did not come forward to disturb them. Yi Li glanced at Yi Ying's aggrieved and resentful look and frowned. She asked helplessly, "What's the matter with you?" Mo Jingli has not married Consort Ping yet. Who are you trying to show your resentful face to? Yi Ying glared at her with resentment and said faintly, "Do you think Prince truly loves me?" Yi Li rolled her eyes in her heart. If he truly loved you, there wouldn't be this scene, all right? Back then, he clearly said that he only liked me and would only treat me well. Yi Li tried her best not to let her numb face become distorted. Her heart twitched when she imagined Mo Jingli's expressionless face expressing his feelings to Yi Ying. Young lady, how good must your eyesight be in order to make yourself believe that he's sincere to you? You don't even need to show me any expression. Why? Why has everything changed since we got married? Ying asked in a daze. Well, Yi Li felt that she was suddenly possessed by the Virgin Mary and wanted to comfort Yi Ying. Isn't there a saying, Marriage is the grave of love. Since you're already lying in the grave, don't think about the past. The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. Love? Don't be silly. That's something beyond the grave. Ying was stunned by her sudden, strange words. She lowered her eyes and muttered in a daze, "Grave. I really shouldn't have gotten married?" Yili only wanted to slap her own mouth. She continued to talk nonsense without changing her expression. Of course not. Men should get married when they're of age, and women should get married when they're of age. Even if you don't go to this grave, you have to go to other graves. At least this one looks better, doesn't it? You see, these young ladies and young masters are all deeply affectionate before they get married. But have you read any novels about what happens after those scholars and beauties get married? Ying was stunned and shook her head. Yili said with a straight face, "That's right. Before marriage, both parties are in love with each other and have special feelings for each other. After marriage, there'll be daily necessities. Don't be sad. At least 99% of the people in the capital live like this. No one will laugh at you." Ying stared at Yili strangely, as if she never knew her. After a long time, she said unwillingly, "Why aren't you like this? There are only you and Prince Ding in the Ding Palace." "Oh, young lady, are you envious of me?" Yili waved her hand and said, "Our situation is different. You see, if I ask you to marry our prince, you definitely won't agree, right? I guess most people won't agree. This way, won't Prince be mine alone? Is it like this?" Ying lowered her head and pondered. Yili was not interested in knowing what she was thinking about. She still remembered that she didn't really come to chat with Ying and give her psychological counseling. Seeing Ying lost in thought, Yili casually asked, "Speaking of which, I really didn't think that you would like Princely. I thought you would like a cultured and elegant young master." Ying regained her senses, and her face turned red. Biting her lips, she stared at her and said, "Are you here to blame me for stealing Princely, or are you here to laugh at me?" "Don't. I'm here to thank you." Yili held her hand and acted like she was deeply in love. "Although we are not born from the same mother, we are still sisters, aren't we? Did fourth sister really think that I would fall out with you because of a man? In the past, I was only angry that you didn't tell me the truth. Although we weren't born well since young, when have I ever snatched the things you like from you? If you had told me properly at that time, we would have settled the engagement in private and wouldn't have caused such a commotion and made everyone lose face." Ying looked suspiciously at the sincere Yi Li in front of her. Thinking back, she had indeed taken many things from Yi Li since young, but Yi Li never said anything. It was just that at that time, she couldn't wait for Yi Li's engagement to be known by everyone so that she would lose face. Who would have thought that in the end, she would be the one to lose face? Thinking of this, even Yi Ying's prideful heart couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable, but she would never admit it. Yili didn't look at her expression and sighed regretfully. "Speaking of which, I always thought that fourth sister would be matched with the capital's #1 scholar or something in the future. A perfect match. Really, the world makes fools of people." Ying blushed. Of course, she had also fantasized about what her ideal husband would look like. She had also fantasized about a handsome man in white gently holding her hand and gazing at her with deep affection. However, later on, she met Princely. His identity as a prince and the joy of trampling Yili under his feet made her gradually forget her dreams. When she truly fell in love with Princely, she felt that it was just her childish thoughts when she was young. But now, the ideal husband that she truly loved treated her like this. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't treat me like this. Ying had some vague thoughts in her heart. "You really don't hate me?" Ying looked at her hesitantly. Yili smiled faintly and said, "You said last time, wasn't that Father's idea? Maybe Father thinks that I'm not suitable for Princely. But now it seems that Father was right. Princely and I are indeed not suitable. I'm very satisfied with my current life, and Prince Ding is also very good." Looking at Yi Li's gentle and tolerant smile, the hesitation in Yi Ying's eyes gradually disappeared. She bit the corner of her lips with some grievance and said, "Father didn't let me marry Princely because he knew that Princely would be like this, right? Mother always said that father and grandmother value you the most. Father must think that Princely isn't good, so he want me to replace you. Yili looked at the sky. That's your mother wanting you to hate me. Okay? How come I don't see that the two at home value me? Looking at Ying, Yili felt some pity for Minister Yi. This was the precious daughter that he doted on and spoiled in the palm of his hand. Chapter 119. Who doesn't know that father dotes on you the most? Probably everyone makes mistakes. Do you still remember what father told you at that time? Ying lowered her head and said softly, Father. Father said that Zhaoi Jieji and I are sisters, so Zhaoi Jieji naturally dotes on me more. If I marry Princely, I can also help Zhaoi Jieji a little. With Zhaoi Jieji around, no one dares to bully me. And if I don't marry Princely, I can only marry the son of an official in the court. If that was the case, if Yili married Princely, wouldn't she always be inferior to her? Yili nodded. If it wasn't for Prince Ding and her situation at that time, the emperor would never let the two daughters of the minister's manor marry the prince of the imperial family. But just like that, Yili felt that something was wrong. Did her father really instigate his younger daughter to steal his elder daughter's fiancé just because he was too biased? It didn't make sense no matter how she thought about it. There must be something she didn't know. But looking at Yi Ying's appearance, she probably didn't know the truth. After so long, Yili had already understood a fact. Yi Ying looked arrogant and prideful, and her personality was really selfish. But if she was serious, her lethality was probably not as big as Yishan and Yilin. She was spoiled too much by Wang Shi, so she didn't learn her lesson. Even if old Madam Yi caught her and taught her a few lessons, she returned to her old ways after a few days. Thinking that she couldn't get any useful information from Yi Ying, Yili was ready to get up and leave, but she was pulled by Yi Ying. What should I do? Am I not your mother? Yili endured. You are Prince Li's wife. Even Princess Lingyun can't surpass your status. As long as you hold onto Mo Jingli's heart and don't let the virtuous old concubine hate you, life won't be so difficult. Yi Ying glared at her with dissatisfaction. She didn't want life to be difficult. She wanted to live a comfortable life. Yili helplessly took a deep breath and said, For example, right now, you need to accompany old imperial concubine to receive the guests and let others know that you are the legitimate Di Fei of the Li Palace. Do you understand? If you have any questions, go back and ask grandmother. You don't think that I, who just got married and don't have any in-laws to serve, know more than grandmother, do you? Yili didn't feel guilty at all. Anyway, Madam Dowager would be happy to give her advice. But if you're unhappy, you can write to me. If there's anything you don't understand, I can help you secretly. After all, we are sisters, aren't we? So, if there's anything going on in the Yi family or the Li Palace, you must tell me secretly. After coaxing Yi Ying away, Yili let out a long sigh of relief. After chatting with Yi Ying for so long, she didn't get anything out of her. Young Master Feng-san, come out if you've heard enough. Yili said lightly as she glanced at the treetops on the side. Huh. The luxuriant treetops were pushed aside, revealing a gorgeous red robe. Princess Ding, we meet again. It's a pleasure to meet you. But how did Princess Consort know it was this one? Yili glanced at him with a wooden expression. If young Master Feng-san doesn't dress so brightly and dazzlingly, and makes himself so fragrant. Fragrant? Feng Xiao raised the corner of his eye and raised his sleeve to smell. How could Suhajai's newest and most elegant magnolia fragrance be so fragrant? Wasn't it because he couldn't smell it when he got close? He, Feng-san, was a distinguished young master with good taste, not a vulgar idiot who wanted to pour all the fragrant powder on himself. Looking at Feng Xiao's stiff and unsightly face, Yili lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Feng Xiao inspected his appearance and found that there was nothing that damaged his image as an elegant young master. Then, he attributed his exposure to Yili accidentally seeing the corner of his robe. With an intoxicated and narcissistic smile, he said, I didn't expect Princess Consort to be so concerned about this one. You could guess this one's identity just by seeing a small corner of my robe. It's really an honor. Young Master Feng-san. Yili raised her head and smiled. didn't anyone teach you that you shouldn't play with your friend's wife? Or should I pass on your words to the prince? Also, the reason why I'm sure it's young Master Feng San is because in the entire capital, other than the bridegroom, no other man would dress so coquettishly. Ga. Feng Jiao's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he almost fell from the tree. He helplessly shrugged and rubbed his stiff face, saying, "All right, Feng Sin knows his mistake. Please forgive me, princess consort." Yili nodded with tolerance. Feng Jiao turned his face to the side, his handsome face twisting. He finally knew why Mo Xiaoyao would marry Yili. They were like family. He had never seen a woman who could pretend better than Yili. Of course, he had never seen a man who could change his face better than Mo Xiaoyao. Speaking of which, princess consort analysis just now was really brilliant. Marriage is the grave of love, and in thinking of what he had just heard, Feng Jiao became proud again. Did Yao know what his dear princess consort was thinking? Yili didn't have a guilty conscience at all. She nodded seriously and said, "Young Master Feng San, you have to believe this consort. This is definitely a warning that has been tempered thousands of times. I believe that young Master Feng San agrees with this consort's words. Otherwise, how could a young master still be unmarried at such an old age? Nonsense. This young master and Mo Xiaoyao were the same age. All right?" Rubbing his nose, Feng Jiao said with a bitter smile, "I want to go to the grave, but it's a pity that she doesn't like me." A faint sadness flashed across his handsome face. Yili didn't know how to comfort someone who had a one-sided crush on her. She could only say, "There are plenty of fish in the sea." Feng Jiao smiled bitterly as he cupped his hands to express his thanks for comforting her. Yili didn't want to disturb his sadness and said, "Then I won't disturb young master any longer. Goodbye." AI. Feng Jiao looked at the woman, who turned to leave without any hesitation. He said in a daze, "Your prince wanted me to come see you. He wants you to be careful." "Many thanks." "Be careful?" Yili pondered as she slowly walked away. Feng Jiao angrily put the tree branch back to hide his figure. He grumbled, "What kind of person is this young master becoming? You even have to order me around for such a small matter. Are you worried that you won't come see for yourself? Mo Xiaoyao, the reward you give better be worthy of this young master's contributions. Otherwise," just as she returned to the garden, Hua Tianxiang pulled Qin Zheng and Mu Rong Ting over happily. "Yili, are you all right?" Qin Zheng pulled on Yi Li and asked with concern. Hua Tianxiang smiled and said, "Zheng, I already told you not to worry. How can this fellow not be all right? Who in the capital doesn't know of Princess Ding's illustrious reputation? She can make the Shi Ling princess squat on the ground and cry just by scaring her." "Lily, good job." Murong Ting patted Yi Li's shoulder and praised loudly. She was also very regretful. It's a pity that this young lady didn't see what happened that day. "Lily, let's compete in archery when we have time." Yili waved her hand and said with a smile, "No need. I'm just scaring a little girl. I don't dare to compete in swordsmanship with General Murong's beloved daughter. Wouldn't that be showing off in front of an expert?" Murong Ting didn't buy it. "Humph, this young lady doesn't believe it. In short, we must compete." Chapter 120. All right, Ting can you say something else? Do you want to be chased and beaten by General Murong again? Qin Zheng said with a headache. Murong Ting snorted discontentedly. "Zheng you only know how to use my father to scare me." Yili looked curiously at Qin Zheng and Hua Tianxiang. Unfortunately, the two of them kept silent under Murong Ting's threatening gaze. Hua Tianxiang gave her a look that said we'll talk about it later. Qin Zheng pulled Yi Li and smiled. "Ever since they got married, other than Tianxiang, we haven't seen Li Er?" Yi Li smiled apologetically. "Recently, there were some small matters in the Fu, so I didn't go out. In a few days, can you come to the Ding King Fu to play?" The four of them found a place with fewer people and sat down. Qin Zheng and the other two asked about Yi Li's newlywed life with concern. Yi Li didn't want her friends to worry and picked out some fun and happy things to talk about. Hua Tianxiang said enviously, "Li is still the happiest." Those people who are afraid of marrying into the Ding King, Fu can't think straight. Look at how comfortable Li's life is now. The moment she enters the door, she is the mistress of the household. She is simple and has less scheming. Prince Ding doesn't even have a concubine to sleep with. Murong Ting nodded in agreement. Tianxiang is right. Prince Ding is indeed a good person. This person worshipped the Ding King Fu without any principles. Qin Zheng looked at Yi Li with a faint worry in her eyes. Yi Li smiled and held her hand to express that she was fine. Only then did Qin Zheng nod slightly. A few friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time were chatting happily. Yi Li also temporarily threw those annoying questions to the back of her mind and chatted with her 3 friends. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from somewhere. Murong Ting jumped up from the stool and looked around vigilantly to find the source of the sound. Yi Li frowned and pointed in a direction. It seems to be coming from there. The 4 of them looked at each other. That seemed to be the resting place of the womenfolk. The 4 of them were not the only ones who heard the scream. At least half of the people in the garden heard it. At this time, many people were curiously walking over. Murong Ting whispered, "This time, the bride and groom are fine. What about the guests? The Li Prince Mansion's wedding must have been disliked by the heavens, right?" Qin Zheng covered her mouth and glared at her fiercely. "Can you talk nonsense about this kind of thing? Let's go and have a look," Hua Tianxiang said, raising her eyebrows. It would be a waste not to watch the liveliness in the Li Palace. There was an exquisite little courtyard that was connected to the front yard. The Li Palace had arranged for the womenfolk to rest here. There was only one entrance to the completely independent courtyard that led to the garden. This prevented the guests in the front courtyard from accidentally bumping into the womenfolk, and also prevented the guests from disturbing the womenfolk living in the manor. By the time Yi Li's group of 4 reached the entrance of the courtyard, many people had already entered. Yi Li stood at the entrance and looked around. Hua Tianxiang asked in a low voice, "Li, what's wrong?" Yi Li shook her head and whispered with a smile, "I don't know what happened. That woman who screamed just now was really loud. In this kind of courtyard, if it was in the room, it was impossible for half of the garden to hear it. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that someone deliberately stood in the courtyard and screamed to attract people over. Let's go to the back. There's no need to rush to watch the liveliness," Yi Li whispered. Hua Tianxiang looked at her in confusion. Although she did not know why she said this, she did not object. Instead, he and Qin Zheng grabbed Murong Ting, who wanted to rush forward from the left and the right. Heavens, how could this be? As soon as they stepped into the reception pavilion, they saw 2 girls come out in a panic with red faces. One of them said, "Quickly send someone to invite the virtuous consort." The 4 of them looked at each other. Something really happened. Murong Ting said, "Zheng you wait outside. I'll go in and take a look first." Yi Li grabbed her and said calmly, "Murong, you accompany Zheng and Tianxiang. I'll go in and take a look." Seeing the 2 girls' faces as red as apples, Yi Li could almost guess what had happened inside. No matter what, she was a close person. If Murong Ting, an unmarried daughter, saw something she should not see, then it would not be good. Qin Zheng and Hua Tianxiang were also clever. They understood Yi Li's meaning after thinking about it. Hua Tianxiang said, "Why don't we wait?" There was no hurry to watch the liveliness. Yi Li shook her head. "I'll go and take a look first." She was most worried that Yi Ying, that idiot, did something she should not have done. And as Li Wangfei's sister, it was not right for her to stand by and do nothing at this time. "Don't worry, you wait here. The virtuous consort should be here soon." Turning inside, there were many people standing at the door of one of the rooms. They all stood at the door with strange expressions, not knowing whether to enter or leave. Yi Li swept a glance. Most of them were young women, and there were a few young daughters-in-law. Those of high status were accompanied by the virtuous consort to talk. Those who could manage the household and were steady found a place to gather and talk. At this moment, most of the people playing outside were young girls and young women. Seeing Yi Li walk in, someone finally recovered. "Ding, greetings to Princess Ding." A woman dressed as a young woman saw Yi Li and hurriedly bowed. Although she tried to be elegant, she could not hide the embarrassment on her face. Greetings to Princess Ding. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Yili looked at everyone who had different expressions on their faces. Then, she heard a series of moans and gasps coming from the half-closed door. Speechless, she went forward and closed the half-closed door under everyone's shocked gazes. She calmly said, "Let's go out first. The virtuous consort and Li Wangfei should be here soon." Everyone blushed in shame. It was not that they did not understand the principle of not listening to indecent things, but they were dumbfounded by this strange situation. Everyone could not quietly come and quietly leave as if nothing had happened, right? Wang Fei is right. "Let's go quickly," a woman said. The others agreed. Unfortunately, there was someone who didn't want to let this matter go smoothly. A servant girl appeared out of nowhere and rushed over while crying. "Princess! Princess is inside." Clang! The door that had been closed was pushed open by the Yaohuan. The scene inside was unobstructed. The women present were petrified. Princess? Heavens, what had happened to them? Yili calmly looked at her left hand that had missed and silently took it back. All right, she was being nosy, but that damned Yaohuan dared to touch her. So what if she knew martial arts? Hearing it was one thing, but seeing it was another. The young misses that finally recovered from their shock couldn't help but scream. Instantly, ear-piercing screams filled the room. Yili helplessly wanted to rub her ears. Pitiful little girls, go back and drink a few thousand calming tea. Fortunately, even though the people inside were very focused, they were still able to notice such a large commotion when the door was pushed open and a person rushed in. So the moment the door was pushed open, the people inside quickly grabbed the blankets and tightly wrapped the two people inside. Actually, it was fine. There was still a veil screen in front of the window. Yili silently thought. Chapter 121. But the intruder girl obviously didn't want to let go of ruining her master's reputation. She instantly let out an even more shrill cry. "Prince, what did you do to the princess? Was there a need to do this?" The servant girl's shrill cries instantly extinguished the screams of the noble maidens outside. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Which prince and which princess were these? They deeply felt that the Li Palace had never looked at the almanac for the wedding. What happened here? Xianzhao, old concubine, finally rushed over with people. Seeing the crowd at the door, she asked in a deep voice. Xianzhao, old concubine, also knew that it was probably not a good thing. There were not many people who came with her. Only a few of them seemed to be hard to refuse. But in Yili's eyes, there was no difference. "Old concubine here." Yili hesitated and said, "Let the young ladies go out to rest first." Xianzhao, old concubine, looked at Yili with a flicker in her eyes. She nodded and said, "Princess is right. The young ladies have been frightened. Please go out to have a cup of tea and rest for a while." Everyone naturally agreed. One by one, the young ladies left the place with a strange atmosphere. Yili followed the crowd and prepared to leave with the crowd. But she was stopped by Ying, who was standing beside Xianzhao, old concubine. "Third sister, can you stay? We don't know what happened here." Xianzhao, old concubine, also nodded and said, "Yes, it's good that Princess Ding is here. If anything happens, she can be a witness. Let's go in and take a look." Yili didn't know what expression she should show. She laughed dryly and said, "In that case, it's better to ask the two inside to tidy up and then come out to meet us." Xianzhao, old concubine's expression changed slightly. She shouted in a deep voice, "Impudent, come out." A sobbing sound came from inside, followed by the sound of people scrambling around. Not long after, a tall figure followed by a petite girl came out from behind the screen. "Lear, why are you here?" Old concubine Xianzhao says harshly. The tall man's clothes are messy and his face is ashen. If he is not Mo Jingli, who should be entertaining guests in the front hall? "Prince!" Ying screamed, pointing at the two people who came out. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Everyone's gaze shifted from Mo Jingli to the woman behind him. Just like Mo Jingli, the woman's clothes were disheveled and her hair was disheveled. Her coquettish eyes were still filled with tears. Some ambiguous light red marks extended from her neck to her collar. "Princess Xixia." The voice of the Marquis, then standing next to Consort Dowager, trembled slightly. even though the emperor had not officially taken Princess Xixia as a consort. How could they, the noble families with their own information channels, not know that the palace was preparing for the coronation ceremony? Even the Ministry of Rights had decided on the title. Looking at Princess Ding, who was supporting Yi Ying, the Marquis, Nin immediately made up her mind. Consort Dowager, Princess Ding, it's really inconvenient here. Let's go out first. Yili nodded. Madam is right. Consort Dowager, let's go out first. Consort Xian Zhao glanced at Mo Jingli and Princess Xixia with an ugly expression. She nodded. Princess Ding is right. Let's go out first. Tidy up and come out immediately. When they returned to the hall, the other womenfolk had been sent to other courtyards to rest by Consort Dowager. Yi Li and the others naturally could not leave for a while. Seeing the stiff and ugly expressions of the Marquis Nan and the other madams who came with Consort Xian Zhao, Yi Li felt much better. Anyway, she had nothing to do with it. She could just treat it as watching a play. Yi Ying sat next to Consort Xian Zhao and sobbed, making the originally gloomy and stagnant flower hall even more gloomy and depressed. Consort Xian Zhao was impatient with her crying. She glanced at her and said coldly, "Shut up. You only know how to cry." Ying did not care that Consort Dowager was angry. This sudden incident was the biggest blow to her. What was more devastating than her beloved husband rolling around in bed with another woman on the same day as his wife? Prince did this kind of thing. Why did Consort Dowager scold me? It's not my fault. Consort Xian Zhao said impatiently. Shut up and sit aside. Such a big thing had happened. Even if Consort Xian Zhao wanted to hide it, she could not. Moreover, there were too many people here today. Just by looking at the expressions of the womenfolk on the way here, they knew that most of them knew what had happened here. Consort Xian Zhao would not deceive herself. She directly sent people to the front hall to invite a few royal relatives who were close to Li Wangfu over. At the same time, she sent someone to quickly report to the Empress Dowager who had not left the palace to support her son's wedding. When the royal relatives came over, Mo Jingli and Princess Xixia were almost done tidying up and walked out one after the other. Yi Ying saw that although Princess Xixia had carefully washed up, her eyes were still full of love, and she looked shy after making love. She wanted to pounce on her and tear her apart. You slut. Princess Xixia looked at Yi Ying, who was pouncing on her, and screamed in fright. She took a step back and fell into Mo Jingli's arms. Yi Ying's eyes immediately turned red with anger. You adulterous couple. You bitch, I'm going to kill you. Everyone hurriedly pulled Yi Ying back, comforting her. It was such a mess that the few people who had just entered the door frowned. Yi Li turned back and saw Mo Xiaoyao come in. She smiled faintly and ignored the mess at the side. She slowly walked over. Why are you here? Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and looked at Consort Xian Zhao, who was sitting on the main seat with an ashen face. Consort Xian Zhao had invited a few of Mo Jingli's uncles and imperial brothers. Among them, the Prince of Dinghua, who had the highest rank, could not be left out. Moreover, Princess Ding was already here. There was no difference if Prince Ding was added. Jingli, what the hell are you doing? An old prince with a white beard and an extraordinary aura was so angry that his beard was blown up. He snorted and pointed at Yi Ying, who was crying at the side. This is the princess that you want to marry no matter what? And this, today, is your wedding. You invited so many people. What is the meaning of this? You've disgraced your imperial father and imperial brother. Mo Jingli's face was ashen. The corner of his mouth moved, but he did not say anything in the end. This old prince was only the late emperor's elder brother who was still alive. He was also the only uncle of Mo Jingqi and his brother. Naturally, he had great power. Even Mo Jingli did not dare to disobey this uncle. Another prince who was a few years younger pulled back the angry old prince and said, "Second brother, calm down. Let's sit down and listen to what Jingli has to say. Don't scare the child." This one's temper was obviously much better, but he also looked at Mo Jingli with displeasure. The remaining two were Mo Jingli's elder brothers. In the early years, for the sake of the throne, they did not have a good relationship with Mo Jingli and his brother. After listening to their two uncles, they found a place to sit down and watch the show. Chapter 122. Wisely here, Mo Xiaoyao asked softly. Yili looked at him helplessly. I just happened to bump into her. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and did not ask more. He pulled Yi Li to sit beside him. Other than the sobbing Yi Ying and Mo Xiaoyao, who had a calm expression and half covered his face, everyone else in the hall was probably very embarrassed. After all, what they were going to talk about now was rather unusual. What was even more unusual was the people involved. One was the younger brother of the current emperor, and the other was the emperor's chosen future concubine. Although the imperial family had seen all kinds of dark and filthy things, everyone knew to cover their faces. But at least everyone knew that they had to find a cloth to cover their shame. It was rare to see something like this happen in public and spread to almost all the noble ladies in the capital in an instant. Shut up. What are you crying for? The old prince was also annoyed by the never-ending voices. He slammed the table and scolded angrily. Yi Ying was startled, and her crying stopped immediately. She stared blankly at the old prince with a face full of tears and did not dare to speak. The old prince snorted softly and then looked at the virtuous consort. Consort, what is going on? Something like this has happened. The emperor, how would he explain it to the emperor? The old prince also knew why the virtuous consort, Zhao, had invited them over. The emperor would definitely be angry if such a thing happened. Mo Jingli had committed adultery with the emperor's concubine. Even killing him would be a light punishment. But the virtuous consort certainly did not want Prince Li to die. The Empress Dowager certainly did not want this. The emperor probably did not want this either. Also, the emperor probably did not want to offend Nanzhao right now. Then, they had to plead for Prince Li and give the emperor a way out. The virtuous consort sighed and said, I don't know what happened either. I just heard that something had happened here and hurried over. I saw. Ying snorted and said shrilly. What else could have happened? Wasn't it this slut who seduced the prince? Ying, old concubine Xian Zhao frowned and stared at Ying sternly. Pay attention to your status. Don't treat yourself like those uneducated shrews. If you don't want to stay here, go back to your room. Ying bit the corner of her lips and turned her head away without saying anything. The old prince frowned and looked at Mo Jingli, who was standing in the middle of the hall, and asked, Jingli, you should be greeting the guests in the front yard at this time. Why are you in the ladies' resting area? Don't tell me you've forgotten the basic etiquette after getting married? Mo Jingli had always been cold and arrogant. He had probably never encountered such an embarrassing situation in his life. Moreover, this was in front of Mo Xiaoyao, his enemy since childhood, and Yi Li, whom he thought he had abandoned. This realization made him feel even more embarrassed. His entire face was filled with boundless anger. Someone sent a message to invite I over. So, after coming over, you made love with the emperor's concubine in bed? The young prince sitting on the side sneered. The ridicule in his eyes was obvious. These princes and Yi Li had met once before. The man who spoke was Mo Xiaoyao's half-brother, Prince Yi, Mo Jingyi. Mo Jingli's face was gloomy as he shot daggers at him. Mo Jingyi didn't care. He sneered and simply raised his head to look at the roof. Who sent the message? Who did you come to see? Even you can't enter the ladies' resting area without permission. Don't you know this rule? Uncle Wang on the side also frowned and questioned. Everyone was in a bad mood. They were just attending a wedding and encountering this kind of situation. If it was an ordinary girl, they could just let Mo Jingli take her in. However, it was a princess, and a princess who had already been selected to be the emperor's concubine. After being dragged in by old concubine Xian Zhao, they had to get involved in this muddy water even if they didn't want to. At this time, everyone looked at Princess Xixia like they were looking at slut. How could Princess Xixia not know what everyone's expressions meant? She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, it wasn't me. I never sent a message to Prince. The old prince snorted. He stroked his white beard and cast a sidelong glance at Princess Xixia, saying, You didn't? Then how did Prince Li happen to be in the princess room? At that time, if the ladies weren't drinking tea and chatting, then the young girls would be playing in the garden. Why did the princess happen to be in the room? More importantly, Zhaoyang didn't seem to have come to the wedding banquet. Then why is the princess here? The old prince threw out questions one after another, seeming a bit aggressive. However, everyone who wasn't in a good mood clearly didn't have the energy to sympathize with Princess Xixia, this foreign princess. Princess Xixia shook her head in a panic. She didn't have the arrogance she had seen before. Looking in panic at the expressionless people in the parlor, Princess Xixia's eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed in a direction and said, "It's her. She must have framed me and the prince." Yi Li, who had been shot while lying down, realized that her guess from a few days ago hadn't been wrong. All foreign princesses had problems with their brains. Put down your hand. Otherwise, I don't mind if you never use your hand again in this lifetime. Mo Xiaoyao looked calmly at the agitated Princess Xixia and said coolly. Princess Xixia couldn't help but shiver. She unconsciously moved closer to Mo Jingli and didn't see the resentment that flashed through Yi Ying's eyes. In the Chu state, she's the only one I have a grudge against. Princess Xixia bit her lip and said, and Princely also has a grudge against her. This is something everyone knows. Princess Xixia wasn't stupid. She knew very well that if she was thought to have seduced Princely, with her status as the future imperial concubine, even if the Chu state killed her, Nanzhao wouldn't stand up for her. Therefore, she had to push all the responsibility away. But at this moment, she really couldn't figure out who wanted to repay her. Of the people present, only Yi Li had a grudge against her. Therefore, pushing the blame onto her was the best choice. Princess Ding. Everyone stilled. Yi Li helplessly sighed and softly said, Princess, His Highness, and I only arrived at the prince's mansion with His Highness in the afternoon. After that, we went to see the old imperial concubine and the other madams. Around the afternoon, fourth sister and I left. We chatted in the garden for less than a quarter of an hour. After that, we met up with the three young ladies of the Huang Mansion, Qin Mansion, and General Moron's mansion. After that, we stayed in the garden to chat. There were many misses in the garden. I believe that everyone can testify. Also, when we found the two of you, wasn't even 5 in the afternoon. In other words, it wasn't even 2 hours since I arrived at the Li Wang Fu. In reality, the only thing that could make people suspicious was the time I spent with fourth sister. That is, it was 5 in the afternoon. Princess Xixia didn't seem to have received the invitation and arrived at the Wang Fu before me and Prince. May I ask, what does Princess think this consort needs to know that Princess is in the Li Wang Fu and your exact whereabouts in a short 15 minutes, and then have someone send a message to lure Princely over? Yi Li's words not only clearly explained her whereabouts, it also washed away the suspicion of her collusion with Yi Ying. Haha, Princess Consort still missed out a bit, and still needs to deduct Prince Li's and Princess Consort time. Therefore, Princess Consort Ding doesn't even have a quarter of an hour. Chapter 123. Hearing this, everyone looked at Princess Xixia with even more unkind expressions. She had done something so shameless, yet she still dared to accuse Princess Ding first. Princess Xixia froze. She didn't really hope to convict Yi Li just like this. She only hoped to stall for time to let her breathe. She didn't think that Yi Li would expose her lie right there and then. Princess Xixia, who didn't know what to do, could only cry bitterly, "Woo-woo. It really has nothing to do with me. Enough." The silent Mo Jingli stared at Yi Li for a long time. He suddenly said in a low voice, "You don't need to force her anymore. I will take responsibility." Bang! The old prince slammed the table in anger. He glared at Mo Jingli, his face green and white. His finger trembled as he pointed at him. "Bastard! You'll take responsibility? What responsibility? What do you think you're doing? A man dares to take responsibility for his actions?" Mo Jingyi giggled as he walked up to support the old prince. He giggled as he said, "Imperial uncle, calm your anger. Li Wang probably forgot that Princess Xixia is Imperial brother's Imperial concubine Xia, our brother's sister-in-law. Calm your anger, calm your anger." If he hadn't said anything, the old prince wouldn't have been so angry. Now that he said this, the old prince's anger reached another level. Bastard thing. What happened to your sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and honor? Forget it. I won't care about this matter. I can't care. You could do whatever you want. In a fit of anger, the old prince threw away his responsibility. The virtuous concubine hurriedly comforted, "Prince, calm your anger. Jingli is insensible. That's why he said such disgraceful words. As his uncle, Prince, please don't blame him. Your Majesty, your Majesty." The old prince glanced at her, softly snorting, "Insensible? He really is insensible. Isn't it because you've spoiled him? Look at the things he's done this year. Which one of them is something a normal person would do? I think that sooner or later, he will be able to pierce through the sky." Ever since Immo Jingli insisted on breaking off the engagement, the old prince had been very dissatisfied with this nephew of his. The engagement was bestowed by the late emperor when he was still alive, and the other party was the granddaughter of the Su family. As long as that missy didn't do anything serious, you should endure it no matter how dissatisfied you are. Now, it seemed that this third young missy was fine. On the contrary, it was the fourth young missy that he wanted to marry who was not presentable. Old concubine Xian Zhao hid the displeasure in her eyes and could only try her best to smile at the old prince. The emperor didn't need them to say anything. If they really let Immo Jingli pass by like this, the emperor's anger would probably cause him to lose a layer of skin, even if he didn't die. When the old prince finally put out the fire, he continued to ask, "Where did the messenger go? Don't tell me you don't remember what he looks like. Also, who brought Princess Shixian?" A few days ago, there were rumors about Prince Li and Princess Shixia. Xiaoyang Princess was very polite. After the emperor gave the decree, she kept Princess Shixia from going out. Even this time, Xiaoyang Princess didn't come to Immo Jingli's wedding. Then how did Princess Shixia come? I, Princess Shixia said in a wrong voice. "When I came, the people at the door didn't stop me." She had come early and had come to the Li Palace many times before. Many people in the Li Palace knew her. So even though she didn't have an invitation, the people in the palace didn't stop her. The steward of the Li Palace came in to report that he had found some spices used to liven things up in a room. The people in the room were speechless. Princess Shixia had come to the Li Palace by herself, but the servants of the Li Palace didn't report to the master and didn't know. And Immo Jingli didn't know what was going on. After hearing the message, he completely ignored the rules between men and women and came to where the womenfolk were resting. Then, this wasn't a coincidence. This was melodramatic. Yili silently said in her heart. It seemed that the beauty that the emperor hadn't gotten was destined to fly away this time. All right, wait for the Empress Dowager to come before dealing with it. Also, quickly send someone to inform Xiaoyang Princess to take Princess Shixia back. The old prince said impatiently. He turned around to look at Immo Xiaoyao and added, "Xiaoyao, what do you think?" Immo Xiaoyao's smile was gentle and polite. "Prince is the elder. Everything will be decided by you." The other people also quickly expressed that they would follow the old prince's lead. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was still very concerned about her youngest son. Before Xiaoyang Princess arrived, the Empress Dowager had already arrived. Of course, this was also because the Li Palace was the closest palace to the Imperial Palace. The Empress Dowager was wearing a bright yellow phoenix robe. She angrily rushed in and said, "Aijia hasn't even left the palace, and you've already sent someone to say that something has happened. What has happened on such a happy day? Haven't you lost enough face at the last wedding?" On the side, Yi Ying's face paled. It was a pity that she didn't dare to face the Empress Dowager directly. She could only hide on the side and not make a sound. Everyone stood up to greet her. The Empress Dowager sat down and listened to the old prince and Xian Zhao Taifei recount what had happened. Without waiting for the two to finish, the Empress Dowager was already furious. She fiercely scolded Immo Jingli. When the Empress Dowager scolded her son, she naturally didn't dare to interrupt and could only listen. A few madams who had nothing to do with this matter wished that they could bet their ears and secretly swore in their hearts that they would not come to the Li Palace again after a few days. When the Empress Dowager finally finished venting her anger, Emo Jingli and Princess Xixia were kneeling on the ground, begging for forgiveness. The Empress Dowager looked at Emo Jingli for a long time. Her expression finally softened. She gave a long sigh and said to the old prince, "Brother Wang, what do you think should be done?" The old prince stroked his beard and said, "Since the Empress Dowager has graced us with her presence, this matter should naturally be decided by the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager's expression was somewhat sorrowful as she sighed and said, "This matter really has damaged the Emperor's face. Even if Aijia comes out to plead for leniency, I'm afraid it will be difficult to appease the Emperor's anger." The old prince naturally understood what the Empress Dowager meant. Speaking of which, Jingli did such a shameful thing. It's because his uncles didn't discipline him properly. I and Brother Wang will personally go to the palace to plead for Jingli. We only hope that the Emperor will give I this face. The Empress Dowager smiled gratefully and said, "Brother Wang is the Emperor's most respected uncle. The Emperor will definitely not disrespect Brother Wang. Lier, quickly thank your uncle." Emo Jingli said in a deep voice, "Jingli thanks uncle." "Thank you, Uncle Wang." The old prince gave a snort and didn't pay attention to him. Receiving the old prince's promise, the Empress Dowager was naturally very satisfied. Even though the old prince didn't care about court affairs, he had a lot of prestige among the imperial relatives. As long as he was willing to plead for leniency, most of the princes would give him face. Even if the emperor was angry, it wouldn't be good to punish him heavily. Xianzhao Taifei was also very satisfied. Looking at Emo Jingli and Princess Xixia, she asked in a quiet voice, "Empress Dowager, Jieja, this Princess Xixia, what do you think?" The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows and said, "Aijia will go back and discuss with the emperor. After a few days, we'll think of a way to let her enter the family." The Empress Dowager didn't hide these words from the noble women present. Princess Xixia's status was different. Unless she didn't need to see anyone for the rest of her life, this matter would spread sooner or later. Now that she had spoken, everyone present was smart and naturally knew what to say and what not to say. Chapter 124. I don't agree. I also don't agree. Two female voices came from inside and outside, causing everyone to be stunned. The person inside was naturally the pale-faced Ying who was on the verge of collapse. Outside, Princess Lingyun was wearing a red dress that was as beautiful as fire. Her red veil was lifted up, but it did not come down. Her almond eyes were currently releasing flames. She stood at the door and looked up at the people in the hall as she said, "This princess does not agree. You Eastern Shu people should not think of humiliating this princess like this." Beside Princess Lingyun, Lei Tingfeng swept his eyes over the people in the audience and said in a cold voice, "Empress Dowager, isn't Eastern Shu going too far by doing this?" Before one wave had subsided, another wave came. Before anyone could speak, Princess Lingyun had already walked into the hall with large steps to Mo Jingli and Princess Xixia's side. In front of everyone, she quickly and fiercely slapped Princess Xixia's face. "Slut!" Half of Princess Xixia's face turned red, and there was even a trace of blood coming from the corner of her lips. As if she still felt that it wasn't enough, Princess Lingyun raised her head to slap her again, but she was grabbed by Mo Jingli. "Have you caused enough trouble?" Princess Lingyun gave a disdainful laugh. She threw off Mo Jingli's hand and said with a cold smile, "No matter how much trouble this princess causes, I would not shamelessly seduce the groom at someone else's wedding. This kind of trash is actually a country's princess. You really are losing face for all princesses. I heard that you've been clinging to King Li since the beginning. You could hook up with whoever you wanted before. This princess did not care. But doing this kind of thing at this princess wedding is provoking this princess." The Empress Dowager knit her brows and said in a deep voice, "Princess Lingyun, King Li, and Princess Xixia were innocent and were framed. If you have any dissatisfaction, this widow will have King Li apologize to you. Right now, in front of all these princes and madams, don't cause trouble." Princess Lingyun gave a cold laugh. She raised her hand to take off the red veil on her head and threw it to the ground as she said, "Apologize? This princess can't accept it. This princess doesn't want to marry anymore. What do you guys want to do? Anyway, if there's this bitch, there won't be me. And if there's me, there won't be her." Xian Zhao, old concubine, said, "What does princess want?" Princess Ling Yun said proudly, "Let King Li kill this bitch personally, and this princess can pretend that nothing happened." What? Everyone was shocked. Mo Jingli shielded Princess Xixia behind him. He stared at Princess Ling Yun and said, "Are you crazy? She is the princess of Nanzhao." "So what? I am the princess of Xiling. How could this princess be afraid of a mere Nanzhao small country?" Princess Ling Yun raised her eyebrows. Lei Tengfeng coldly looked at everyone and said, "It seems like Ling Yun was right. Eastern Chu does not place my Ling in their eyes. Since that's the case, I don't think there's a need to hold today's wedding. Prince Li, don't you agree?" Mo Jingli remained silent. Princess Ling Yun coldly snorted and said, "Brother Wang, now you see. They don't place us in their eyes at all." Lei Tengfeng indifferently looked at Princess Ling Yun and said, "Pack up your things, we're going back. Immediately go to the palace and say goodbye to the Eastern Emperor Chu. We'll leave in a bit." "Yes." Princess Ling Yun disdainfully looked at Princess Xixia and Mo Jingli. Her eyes did not have the shame of the wedding being abandoned halfway. It was clear that she was very satisfied with this. "Your Highness, this matter can be discussed. This is related to the relationship between our two countries, so your Highness shouldn't be impulsive." The old prince gave a sigh and stood up to persuade him. Lei Tengfeng indifferently said, "Many thanks for Prince's concern, but Eastern Chu has gone too far in this matter. It wasn't my Xiling that was rude first. I believe that even if we go to the Eastern Emperor Chu, it won't be our fault. Prince Ding, Princess Ding, I ask the two of you to uphold justice. Don't the two of you agree?" Yi Li secretly hated Lei Tengfeng for slyly dragging them into this. In front of everyone's eyes, she revealed a somewhat reserved smile and said, "Your Highness, this matter is indeed His Highness King Li and Princess Xixia's fault, but there are still many questions that have not been answered. The most important thing is that this matter was an accident. Our Eastern Chu's sincerity towards your country is without a doubt. This point, I believe your Highness won't deny it, right? Didn't you bring Princess Ling Yun here for a marriage alliance? I don't believe you're willing to bring her back." The old prince looked at Yi Li with praise and said with a smile, "Princess Ding is right. If King Li has let down Princess Ling Yun, we will do our best to make it up to Princess Ling Yun. If this affects the friendship between our two countries, that is not good. I ask your Highness to reconsider." Seeing Lei Tengfeng reveal a thoughtful expression, Princess Ling Yun knit her brows and anxiously said, "Royal brother." Lei Tengfeng glanced at her indifferently, then looked at the Empress Dowager and said, "Ling Yun is the princess that Imperial Uncle dotes on the most. When she's at home, no one can bear to let her suffer the slightest grievance. I wonder how Eastern Chu wants to make it up to Ling Yun." Princess Ling Yun slightly trembled and revealed a trace of disappointment on her face. However, under Lei Tengfeng's indifferent gaze, she did not dare speak again. The Empress Dowager said in a deep voice, "What kind of compensation does your Highness want?" Lei Tengfeng's eyes flashed, and he said in a clear voice, "The future King Li's successor must be born from Ling Yun. Most importantly, Princess Xixia could never have the status of a concubine or anything above a concubine. She can never have King Li's flesh and blood." Once these words were said, everyone present, no matter if they were male or female, old or young, couldn't help being stunned. They looked at Lei Tengfeng with eyes filled with surprise and dissatisfaction. No one dared to believe that Lei Tengfeng dared to raise such a bold condition. It had to be known that King Li had already married his first wife before marrying Princess Ling Yun. Lei Tengfeng's condition was clearly asking that King Li's first wife, who was of noble birth in the Dechu state, could not give birth to King Li's heir before Princess Ling Yun. The most important thing was that having a royal descendant with a Western Tombs bloodline was not something that any member of the royal family would be happy to see. "This is impossible. Without even thinking, the Empress Dowager sternly refused. Lei Tengfeng raised his brows and said with a smile, "Since it's like this, then there's nothing more to say. Goodbye. As for today's humiliation, I, De Ling, will remember it in my heart." After speaking, he turned and pulled Princess Lingyun, saying, "Let's go." Princess Lingyun had originally thought that this marriage would continue. She hadn't thought that her royal brother would give her such a pleasant surprise. Of course, she didn't say anything else. She glanced at Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, who were sitting on the side listening, and turned to quickly follow Lei Tingfeng. On the day of King Li's marriage, the bride's cousin immediately pulled the bride and left. No one knew if the matter of King Li and Princess Xixiao had spread through the capital, but the news of Princess Lingyun abandoning King Li and leaving on the day of the wedding had spread through the capital in an extremely short amount of time. Lei Tingfeng brought Princess Lingyun back to the embassy. He sent people to lock up the joyous Princess Lingyun in a room and didn't allow her to come out. Then he swung his arm and placed her in the deepest part of the embassy. He kicked the door open and entered. In the room with dim candlelight, the black-clothed woman was leisurely leaning against the soft couch and reading a book. When she saw him enter, she slowly sat up and said with a smile, "You're back? Was Ling Yun's wedding fun?" "Pa." Lei Tingfeng stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, he fiercely slapped her face that was covered by the veil. "Slut! I told you not to act rashly." The black-clothed woman fell back onto the soft couch because of this sudden violence. When she recovered, she raised her head and fiercely glared at the man in front of her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lei Tengfeng." Chapter 125. Slut, what do you want to do? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Lei Tengfeng's gloomy eyes contained a ruthless aura, and the words that came out of his mouth did not have a trace of warmth. The black-clothed woman froze and quickly reacted. She chuckled and said, "You brought Lingyun back, right? Ha, ha. In any case, you didn't agree to the marriage alliance with the Chu state. Isn't this what you wanted? What are you unhappy about now?" "You idiot," Lei Tengfeng angrily scolded. "Who do you think you are? There are many hidden talents in Dong Chu's capital. Who do you think you can fool with your little tricks? Get up. We will immediately leave the capital." "Leave?" The black-clothed woman froze, and there was some hesitation in her eyes. Lei Tengfeng coldly laughed and said, "It's fine if you don't want to leave. In a moment, I will send someone to send you to the Prince Ding mansion. Haven't you always been thinking about Imo Xiaoyao? Don't worry, when we return to Xiling, this prince will properly explain for you." "No!" The black-clothed woman screamed and stood up. She grabbed Lei Tingfeng and said, "I'll go with you." No one understood Imo Xiaoyao better than she did. If she really fell into his hands, she would definitely die without a sound. Lei Tengfeng disdainfully pushed her hand away and turned to leave. Bold, afraid of death, and greedy woman. The wedding at the Li Palace had become a ridiculous farce without any accidents. What was worse was that the bride had run away before the wedding had even begun. Very quickly, the Li Palace's masters, including King Li, Princess Consort Li, and Consort Xianzhao Dowager, were all summoned into the imperial palace by the emperor's edict. The bride was gone, the groom was gone, and the masters were gone. The guests naturally could not stay and freeload. Hence, the guests who had drunk a stomach full of tea and did not manage to eat anything could only take their leave. Not long later, the bustling Li Palace once again regained its tranquility. However, for some reason, the red gauze that was decorated with lanterns and color banners seemed a little dim. Because the emperor did not summon Prince Ding and his wife into the palace, Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao, who had attended the wedding halfway, also left the Li Palace with the other guests. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Li Palace, he ran into Su Qingshun, who he had not seen for a long time. Su Qingshun had always been elusive. Even the members of the Su family might not be able to see him whenever they wanted to. After Yi Li got married, she had only seen him once on the day she returned home. She was a little surprised to run into him now. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three of them moved to Chuxiang Pavilion to have a meal. What does Prince think about today's matter? Su Qingshun took a sip of the wine in his cup and softly praised. Everyone says that Chuxiang Pavilion's wine and food are the best in the capital. It really lives up to its reputation. Yili lowered her head to eat while listening to the two's conversation. After the entire afternoon, she was really a little hungry. Brother Su's information is indeed very fast. Mo Xiaoyao praised. Su Qingshun did not ask what had happened. Instead, he directly asked for Mo Xiaoyao's opinion. This meant that he clearly knew what had happened in the Li Palace. Su Qingshun acted as if he did not hear his words. He softly sighed and looked at Yi Li with a little sadness. Li why is your husband unwilling to call me big brother? Yi Li's throat choked, and she forced herself to swallow. She then raised her eyes to look at Mo Xiaoyao, and then looked at Su Qingshun. The corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. Su Qingshun was younger than Mo Xiaoyao by 3 years. It would be strange if Mo Xiaoyao was able to call him that. Moreover, even if Mo Xiaoyao was able to call him that, he would still have to call Su Qing's a second brother, and even Su Qing by fourth brother. Mo Xiaoyao handed a bowl of soup to Yi Li. He watched her drink a mouthful before turning to Su Qingshun with a faint smile. Brother Su, you're only Li Li's cousin. Su Qingshun smiled. I don't mind if Prince calls me eldest cousin. A sharp glint flashed across Mo Xiaoyao's eyes as his lips curled up slightly. Then, this king thinks that brother Su should still remember. This one was once indebted to Mr. Qingyun for guidance in his studies. And you are Master Qingyun's grandson. I am Master Qingyun's student. Or perhaps I's grandmother seems to have the same surname as the first madam of the Su family. They were from the same family. In terms of age, they were 2 generations apart, but in terms of seniority, they were actually of the same generation. Yi Li, of course, understood that Su Qingshun did not have any intention of making things difficult for Mo Xiaoyao. He was just joking. Yi Li took a handkerchief and lightly wiped the corner of her mouth. She smiled faintly. Big brother, when did you start caring about how you address people? If Prince really does address people the same way I do, wouldn't that make the most handsome man in the capital look old? Su Qingshun calmly swept his gaze over Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. He saw Mo Xiaoyao's natural action of handing the soup to Yi Li, and a trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Hearing Yi Li's words, he pretended to be displeased and glared at her. He lightly sighed. As expected, once you're married, you're siding with an outsider. Father and second uncle must be regretting agreeing to marry you off so early. The only girl of this generation of the Su family, she had become someone else's. Yi Li's beautiful face flushed a faint red. She said, Big brother, did you come here just to squeeze me? Su Qingshun shook his head. The smile on his face disappeared, and he looked seriously at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao pondered for a moment and said, Does Brother Su think that there's something wrong with today's matter? Just now, Lei Tingfeng left the capital with Princess Lingyun. Su Qingshun said, They didn't even say goodbye to the emperor before leaving. Mo Xiaoyao's left hand unconsciously groped for the warm jade at his waist. He frowned and said, Today's matter must have been secretly manipulated by someone, but it can't be Lei Tingfeng. The alliance with the Dechu state was something that was decided long before he came to the Dechu state. It's impossible for him to suddenly give it up, unless something unexpected happened. Yi Li frowned and asked, Has Lei Tingfeng's power reached the point where he can act on his own accord in this kind of matter? The marriage alliance between 2 countries was definitely not a small matter, even if both countries had bad intentions. But Lei Tingfeng could break the agreement just like that. Even if Mo Jingli was in the wrong first, if word got out now, Shilling would be in the wrong. Su Qingshun smiled faintly and said, It's not Lei Tingfeng who has this power. It's his father, Jinim of Gojoseon, who has this power. The Emperor of Shilling is frail and sickly, and he only has a few princesses and a 7-year-old prince. Although Jinim of Gojoseon does not have the title of regent in Shilling, he is the regent in reality. Then, is the marriage alliance with the Dechu state the Emperor of Shilling's idea, or genome of Gojoseon's idea? Mo Xiaoyao asked. Su Qingshan shook his head. Xiling and the Dechu state were old enemies, and the Su family's information was not powerful enough to infiltrate the emperor of Xiling's palace. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, I will send someone to investigate. Yili felt that these two men were thinking too far ahead. She raised her eyes and asked, Who let Princess Xixia into the Li Palace? No matter how familiar Princess Xixia was with King Li, no matter how normal it was for her to enter and leave the Li Palace. She was also a princess, right? A princess came to the Li Palace on the day of King Li's wedding, but the servants did not think to report to the master. This was very illogical. Su Qingshun and Mo Xiaoyao were both startled. They stared thoughtfully and then exchanged a look. Su Qingshun suddenly let out a low chuckle and sighed softly. It seems that we have overlooked many things. These years, we're used to being free and unfettered. As expected, we are still not used to the capital. Mo Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Brother Su is right. These years of seclusion, it seems that many changes have occurred in the capital that we are unaware of. I will send someone to investigate this matter. Chapter 126. Su Qingshan nodded and said, Leaving it to the prince, I am naturally at ease. I will be leaving the capital in a few days. I probably won't be able to intervene in these matters in the capital. Yili paused. Big brother, you are leaving the capital? Returning to Yinzhou? Su Qingshan shook his head and smiled. No, I plan to go to Nanzhao. Nanzhao? Yili didn't understand. I remember hearing Fifth Brother say that Big Brother went to Nanzhao 2 years ago. And Mo Xiaoyao held his wine cup and said with furrowed brows, You think something will happen in Nanzhao? Su Qingshan sighed and looked at Mo Xiaoyao. I don't believe you can see it. Right now, anything can happen. As long as they waited until the Ding King's household completely declined, the various powers suppressed by the Ding King's household would take advantage of the situation and swallow up the Dechu state. No matter if it was Nanzhao, Xiling, northern tribes, or even the island countries overseas. Who didn't drool at the Dechu state's most beautiful and fertile land on the continent? But the people in power only saw the danger of the Ding King's household. On one hand, they thought of ways to suppress the Ding King's household. On the other hand, they were afraid of a second Ding King's household appearing. Generally, the Ding King's household was unwilling to support and nurture a new commander. Had they never thought about what the Dechu state would do if they lost the Ding King's household and a commander who could replace them? Or did the person sitting high on the dragon throne think he could use his methods of playing with power to be invincible on the battlefield? Big brother, you think Nanzhao will act first? Yili asked. Although the people of Nanzhao were valiant, they were not as good at war as the northern tribes or Xiling people. Besides, after Mo Xiaoyao swept through the southern border, the present Nanzhao might not be able to fight against the Dechu state. Su Qingchun said, Originally it shouldn't be, but now, I fear that person will act first against Nanzhao. HM? Yili raised her brows and looked sideways at Mo Xiaoyao. She saw agreement in Mo Xiaoyao's calm eyes. Is that person crazy? There were already endless disputes with the northern tribes and Xiling. If they also started a war with Nanzhao, weren't they afraid that the 3 countries would join forces and attack them? At that time, not to mention the fact that the Dechu state did not have any capable generals. Even if Mo Lanyan and Mo Lufang were to come back, the Dechu state would be in trouble. Su Qingshan sighed and said, Although our late emperor was still young when he inherited the throne, the regent did teach him diligently. But our former emperor probably didn't have the time to teach them. It seems that the Empress Dowager taught them. When the previous emperor passed away, he was only 40 years old. Originally, he probably thought that he could live for another 20 to 30 years, so he didn't intend to nurture a successor so early to make things difficult for himself. Who knew that he would suddenly pass away? Although the Empress Dowager was known as a heroine of the generation, she was still just a woman in the harem. What she could really teach the emperor was scheming and scheming. Of course, It was also the Empress Dowager's methods that allowed Mo Jingqi to sit firmly on the throne after the previous emperor passed away. However, scheming could be used to seize power, but it could not be used to govern it. Although Mo Jingqi's goal was to become a sage, he knew in his heart that his ability to govern the country might not even be as good as his imperial father's. Therefore, he valued and was more careful about his throne. As long as there was someone who could threaten his throne, he would mercilessly eliminate them. Yili frowned and said, "But Big Brother can't do anything even if he goes. What if he encounters danger?" Looking at the two worried men in front of her, Yili couldn't help but sigh. This world was like this. Some people were racking their brains to worry about the country and the people, while others were scheming in the dark. Some people were suffering in their sobriety, while others were singing and dancing in their ignorance. Su Qingqian smiled and said, "I have some friendship with the Crown Princess of Nanzhao. I'm just going to see her." Crown Princess? Yili sighed at Su Qingqian's wide circle of friends. Mo Xiaoyao raised his cup and looked at him, saying, "Many thanks." Su Qingqian raised his cup in return, calmly saying, "No need. This is father's idea. It's not for the sake of the Crown Princess." The Su family would not betray the Chu state, but the Su family was not a savior. They had no power to turn the situation around. They could only do what they could do. After sending Su Qingqian off, Yili understood that Su Qingqian had specially come to say goodbye to them. Even Mo Xiaoyao had once praised eldest uncle for being one of the smartest people in the world. It was likely that when the news of Princess Ling Yun's marriage failed, eldest uncle had already predicted the future of the Chu state. Furthermore, before anyone, including the one in the palace, could react, he had sent eldest brother to Nanjiang. If something happens to the Chu state in the future, the Su family will not be able to escape, right? Mo Xiaoyao looked at her with a gentle gaze, softly saying, "If you mean living in seclusion, then probably not." With the strength of the Su family's character, they would not be loyal to the emperor, but they would definitely die for the Chu state. Does Li know why the Su family, as old officials of the previous dynasty, could still enjoy a good reputation in the Chu state for hundreds of years without decline? Yili raised her eyebrows. Mo Xiaoyao said, "During the last years of the previous dynasty, the world was in chaos. Actually, the last emperor of the previous dynasty was not a tyrant, nor was he a fatuous ruler. He had almost no shortcomings, but he was not suitable to be the emperor. The ancestors of the Su family persisted in supporting the last emperor in times of crisis. Although they were a scholarly family, at least 7 members of the Su family died on the battlefield. In the end, ancestor Mo Lanyun led an army to besiege the capital. At that time, the head of the Su family personally went to the city to supervise the battle. The army fought for 7 days and 7 nights without success. The eldest son of Emperor Taizu was greedy for military merit and rashly advanced, dying in the chaos. Emperor Taizu was furious. He ordered the soldiers to kidnap the people near the capital and kill them outside the city every day. As long as the last emperor did not surrender, he would kill 5,000 people every day. Moreover, the day the city was broken, the whole city would be slaughtered. The next day, the head of the Su family personally killed the last emperor and opened the city to surrender. The only condition was that the people near the capital and the people near it were not to be harmed. On the day that a Chu army entered the city, the head of the Su family left a letter to his ancestors, then committed suicide. On the same day, Madame Su led the 73 members of the Su family to commit suicide. Only the youngest son of the Su family, who was 13 years old at that time, was still far away in Yinzhou. He was later the prime minister of the Chu state, Su Yanli. Yili was shocked by this secret that she had never heard of before. An unspeakable sadness choked her heart. She regretted and was annoyed that she had said such frivolous words to her uncle. Perhaps she did not understand the lofty character of a scholar, but as a soldier, she understood and deeply understood the unyielding character and loyalty of a soldier. She did not dare to imagine the disappointment and sadness in her uncle's heart when she asked such a question. That was simply blasphemy and the greatest insult to the ancestors of the Sioux family and the 73 people who had committed suicide. Then, Yili lowered her eyebrows and asked. Mo Xiaoyao said, "You want to ask why it was different from what was recorded in the history books? There is no difference." Su Yanli did assist the Chu state's emperor with all his heart. The third emperor of the Chu state was even personally taught by him. After the founding of the country, Emperor Taizu also bestowed titles and enviable titles to all the deceased members of the Su family. Looking at Yi Li's surprised appearance, Mo Xiaoyao calmly smiled and said, "Emperor Taizu killed too many people in his conquest of the world. He needed a benevolent reputation to stabilize the world." Chapter 127. What letter did the Su family's ancestor leave for Prince Ding? Yili asked with some hesitation. Of course, things were not as simple as Mo Xiaoyao said. The great emperor would not be at ease to use a prime minister whose entire family died for the previous dynasty. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. This is not known. The ancestor seemed to have given the letter to the great emperor. That letter clearly saved Su Yanli's life. Afterwards, the news of the Su family dying for the people of the capital somehow spread. In addition, the Su family had been a famous family for hundreds of years, so their reputation was naturally unparalleled. Although there were many taboos in the history of the founding of the great emperor's dynasty, many things were gradually ingrained in the hearts of the people. Even if many things were gradually forgotten, many people still inherited some things from the words of their fathers, such as the respect for the Su family. Yili finally understood why the Su family did not marry into the imperial family, even if they really did not hate them. But it was still undeniable that the Su family had been exterminated because of the imperial family of the Chu state. This could also explain why the imperial family did not give up the idea of suppressing the Su family, even if the Su family had always been indifferent to fame and wealth and did not like power. What Mo Lanyan did back then was probably not as simple as what Mo Xiaoyao had said. Yili rubbed her eyebrows with some distress and asked with some despair, "Will there definitely be a war?" "It's only a matter of time." Mo Xiaoyao sighed softly. The Chu state has suppressed the other countries for too long. Almost everyone is impatiently waiting for the Chu state to decline, and we seem to be used to thinking that we are the strongest. In fact, if it was not for the defeat 7 years ago, even he would think so. But when he dragged his broken body and left the battlefield with his brother's ashes and the Mahist army that had lost more than half of its elites, he realized how ridiculous his pride had been. Whether it was the Western Hill or the Northern tribes, they might not be as powerful as the Chu state, but they might not be weaker than them. The Mahist army and Black Cloud cavalry that had once swept through the world had used their hundreds of thousands of corpses to prove this point. Lily, it was the Ding Palace that destroyed the Chu state. After a long time, Mo Xiaoyao finally said this in a low voice. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ding King's residence had always been too powerful, the Chu state might have produced more famous generals and elite soldiers. If the Mahist army had not spent hundreds of years threatening the borders, the Chu state might have been able to go further in this crisis. Yili was silent. She didn't know who was right and who was wrong. The Ding royal residence had loyally protected the Chu state for hundreds of years. How many people in history could do that? Were they wrong? There was no doubt about it. Then was it the people they protected who were wrong? It wasn't that they didn't know anything. After a long time, Yili said in a low voice, "You are not wrong. It's the human heart that is wrong." Not every generation of emperors had the breadth of mind and courage to accept all rivers into the sea. Not every generation of emperors had the ability and magnanimity to make the 4 seas return to them. When the emperor no longer saw his officials as his right-hand man, but as his own threat, the excellence and achievements of his officials were more like a challenge and threat in the emperor's eyes. Hearing Yi Li's words, Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li in a daze for a long time. Then he said with a faint smile, "I'm sorry, Li. Did I scare you by saying this? Yili calmly glanced at him. Was she someone who was so easily scared? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. It's useless to think about this now. Lili, why don't you guess how the Li Palace's matter will be resolved? Yili shrugged in boredom and said, How else can it be resolved? The emperor angrily killed Princess Shi Xia and demoted Li Wang. The emperor was persuaded by the old princes and imprisoned Princess Shi Xia and gave a small punishment to Prince Ding. Or Princess Shi Xia could marry Li Wang with a different identity. Yili felt that the Empress Dowager accepted Princess Shi Xia too quickly as a mother. Her eldest son's future concubine had a relationship with her second son. She only lightly scolded her and then started a plan to marry her. She didn't seem to consider the emperor's possible reaction. If it was a normal mother in this era, what they would do would be to kill the woman that could cause their son's brothers to fight. Which one does Li think is more likely? Mo Xiaoyao asked. Yili thought for a bit, the third one. She frowned. Then what happened today? Was it someone else's scheme? Or someone else's scheme? It looked like she needed to reevaluate Mo Jingli's brain or the brains of the people behind him. Li, stay away from Mo Jingli in the future, Mo Xiaoyao reminded. Yili nodded absent-mindedly, her mind still thinking about the previous question, what use is the princess of Nanzhao to Mo Jingli? Mo Xiaoyao seemed to be a bit surprised. He glanced at Yili and said with a faint smile, She is the younger sister of the crown princess of Nanzhao. She is much more useful than Princess Lingyun. Yili's frown deepened. If Mo Jingli really has that kind of brain, would I be much worse than Yiying? Mo Xiaoyao seemed to smile even more happily. Believe me, if Mo Jingli really has a brain, he would rather marry Princess Lingyun than marry you. Yili's face darkened. Was she being despised to this extent? But perhaps their wishful thinking is wrong. Mo Jingqi seems to never play his cards according to the rules. Although this emperor was not as great as he thought himself to be, the occasional attack from the side was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Thus, by the time they returned to the manor, news had already spread from the palace. Princess Shi Xia had died of illness. Of course, this news would only spread after a few days. After all, even if the officials and nobles already knew what was going on, they would tacitly understand. But they still had to think of a way to deceive the common people. Today, something had happened at the Li Manor, and Princess Shi Xia had died on the same day. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to connect the two events and imagine what happened. As for the Li King's marriage and Princess Lingyun, since there was no indication from the palace, everyone was happy to treat it as if it had never happened. The emperor did not appoint a marriage, and they naturally did not go to the Li Manor to send gifts. In any case, when the Li King married Princess Shi Xia again, they did not need to send gifts. They would just treat it as sending gifts in advance. In the palace, in the elegantly decorated and somewhat cold palace, Missouri Jingqi was recklessly venting his anger. The palace servants had long been scared out of their wits. Those who could not hide could only cower in a corner and tremble. All kinds of expensive antique paintings were smashed and torn to pieces on the ground. Tables, embroidered stools, and shelves were all kicked to the side. Noble consort Lu coldly sat on a carved couch at the side, coldly looking at the crazy man in front of her. A 7 or 8-year-old little girl in luxurious clothes was held in her arms with frightened, watery eyes. She seemed to be scared stiff and did not even dare to cry out loud. Noble consort Lu raised a hand to cover the girl's eyes, looking at the crazy man in the hall. Your Majesty, have you caused enough trouble? Mo Jingqi was startled. He slowly stopped and turned back to look at noble consort Lu's cold face. A trace of hostility flashed through his hazy eyes. Chapter 128. Come, take the princess away, noble consort Lu ordered. The servants kneeling in the corner hurriedly got up as if they had been granted amnesty. They took the frightened girl from noble consort Lu's hands and walked out, trembling. My dear consort, don't you want to say something? Mo Jingqi's voice was not as loud as it usually was in court. Instead, it was full of coldness and hatred. Noble consort Lu looked up at him. What does your majesty want me to say? You're laughing at me in your heart, aren't you? Mo Jingqi pinched noble consort Lu's delicate chin and whispered in her ear. His cold breath was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. I know, you're the same as them. No, you look down on me more than them, right? You're happy to see everyone against me, aren't you? Whatever your majesty says, noble consort, Lu said lightly. Ha! Mo Jingqi waved his hand and slapped noble consort, Lu's jade-like face. Immediately, several red marks appeared. Noble consort, Lu raised her head and looked at him calmly. Mo Jingqi was stunned. Shang'er, looking at the red marks on noble consort Lu's face, Mo Jingqi pitifully reached out to touch it. Shang, it's my fault. I shouldn't have hit you. Does it hurt? Why didn't you listen? Why did you always go against me? Why did you always care about this and that? Why did you threaten me? I hate being threatened. The more he spoke, the more agitated Mo Jingqi became. Soon, he forgot his pity and grabbed noble consort Lu's shoulders with both hands, shaking and roaring. Your Majesty, your Majesty, you've wronged noble consort Lu. A little maid suddenly ran out from the side hall and anxiously shouted at Mo Jingqi. Your Majesty, please let go of noble consort Lu. It really has nothing to do with noble consort Lu. Seeing that Mo Jingqi ignored her, the little maid looked around and found an antique vase that had not been smashed. Gritting her teeth, she walked over and picked up the vase, wanting to throw it at Mo Jingqi's back. Noble consort Lu's expression changed. She quickly pulled off a beaded flower from her hair and threw it at the little maid. With a crack, the vase fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. The originally crazy Mo Jingqi suddenly froze as though he had been startled awake. The little palace maid was so scared that her face turned pale, and she knelt on the ground with a plop. When she picked up the vase, her mind was blank, and she didn't have time to think. Now that he had sobered up, he remembered what would have happened if he had really smashed it down. Mo Jingqi had obviously calmed down. He glanced at the little palace maid not far behind him, slowly letting go of noble consort Lu and standing up. As soon as he got up, noble consort Lu sat up again. She was still solemn and indifferent. If it weren't for the red mark on her face, people would think that nothing had happened. Shang'er, take a rest first. I'll ask someone to change your things later. Mo Jingqi only glanced at noble consort Lu, then quickly turned around and kicked away the little palace maid kneeling in front of him. He quickly turned around and left. Noble consort Lu stared at the figure that flew away. A trace of resentment and mockery flashed through her cold eyes. Nyang Nyang? The messy palace hall was silent. After a long time, the young palace maid kneeling on the ground carefully called out. Noble consort Lu's face had returned to its usual calmness, as though nothing had happened. She said indifferently, "Get up. What happened in the Li Palace today?" Mo Jingqi wouldn't go crazy for no reason. Today was the day of King Li's marriage. There was nothing important. Although Prince Ding's marriage had made him a little anxious recently, he wouldn't suddenly explode. So something unexpected must have happened today. The little palace maid thanked her and got up. She walked to noble consort Lu's side and whispered. The Empress Dowager went to the Li Palace in a hurry, and then the Emperor summoned King Li, Princess Consort Li, and Consort Xian Zhao to the palace. After King Li left, the Emperor immediately came to see Nyang Yang. I didn't have time to report this. Noble consort Lu frowned. Summoned King Li to the palace? What about King Li's wedding? The little palace maid said, "This is what I wanted to report to Nyang Yang. The wedding has been canceled. It said that Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon of Shilin took the princess of Shilin and left in a rage. It seems that something happened in the Li Palace, where the womenfolk are resting." Noble consort Lu frowned and waved her hand, sent a letter back, and asked Mother to come to the palace as soon as possible. Even if she was favored, she was always slow to get news from outside the palace. Yes, Nyang 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 Nyang. Nyang Nyang, the emperor. Noble consort Lu curved her lips and smiled coldly. It's nothing. He was probably bullied by the Empress Dowager. We'll find a way to help him vent his anger. The little palace maid pursed her lips and smiled. Nyang Nyang knows the emperor best. But the old master sent a message to Nyang Nyang, asking Nyang Nyang to be careful of the Empress Dowager. After all, the Empress Dowager was a woman who fought her way out of the noble concubines of the late emperor. Not only did she give birth to 2 sons, but she also defeated those women and princes and helped her son become the emperor. The Empress Dowager was definitely not a woman who could be easily dealt with. Noble consort Lu said lightly, I know, the Empress Dowager is indeed powerful, but I'm not weak either. The Empress Dowager was indeed smart and powerful, but her biggest mistake was that she never understood what her son was thinking. Did she really think that Mo Jingqi was the only one who couldn't stand her desire to control everything? As long as a man had ambition, he wouldn't be able to stand it. It was just that some people didn't want to, while others couldn't. In the Ding Palace, in the secret training ground in the depths of the Ding Palace, Yi Li's face darkened as she stared at Qing Luan and Ah Jin, who were using Qing Gong to fly around in front of her. Qing Shuang, whose Qing Gong was also not good, hid in a corner and laughed secretly. Even Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting by the side, couldn't help but smile. Yi Li really didn't understand. With her body's coordination, balance, and other qualities, and according to Mo Xiaoyao, she had a good physique for practicing martial arts. Why couldn't she learn Qinggong? She could use the plum blossom pile as if she was walking on flat ground. She had even mastered internal energy, which was a mysterious thing in the eyes of modern people. Why couldn't she fly? Luckily, Mo Xiaoyao had found a set of Qinggong that was said to be suitable for women. Now, even Qing Shuang had learned it well, but she didn't feel anything. In fact, if it was a real battle, Yi Li didn't think there was much difference whether she knew Qinggong or not. Anyway, she didn't feel any pressure moving up and down a wall that was more than 10 feet high. She didn't think that people with good Qinggong could do better than her when it came to hiding. If it was a real close combat, Qinggong wouldn't be of much use. But wasn't it the dream of every martial artist in China to be able to move around freely? Since it really existed, based on the principle of having more skills, why didn't she learn it? Li, what are you thinking about? Seeing Yi Li's rare irritation, Mo Xiaoyao was very gentlemanly and didn't laugh at her. But from the light in his eyes, she knew that it wasn't that he didn't want to laugh. He just didn't want to laugh. Chapter 129. Yi Li looked resentfully at the 3 people scurrying around in the martial arts field and said, I probably don't have the talent to learn Qinggong. You don't need much talent to learn Qinggong. Only very good Qinggong required talent. That wasn't something that could be determined by Qinggong manuals. Just like Mr. Feng Yu, Han Mingxi, his martial arts were only half as good as his inner strength. If not for his Qinggong, which was better than that of many top experts, he would have died many times over. This didn't make sense. Yi Li felt the veins on her forehead throbbing. This was beyond the limits of the human body. How could it not require talent and extremely high inner strength? Most importantly, it was impossible for humans to fly. What was Li thinking when you were using Qinggong? Mo Xiaoyao asked patiently. Yi Li was a little depressed, but she still carefully explained her thoughts to Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li, if you keep thinking like this, you'll never learn Qinggong. You're using Qinggong while telling yourself that it's impossible for humans to fly? Yi Li obviously knew that this was almost like self-hypnosis. Normal people in this era didn't have this kind of problem. But Yi Li was different. Even though she was once the most outstanding warrior, even though people could fly in airplanes and even go into space. But at least the people of that era had a deep-rooted and indelible thought. That was, humans couldn't rely on their own bodies to fly. Therefore, Yi Li always subconsciously wanted to step on something to support herself. Once she couldn't find that thing, and the distance between her body and the ground reached the limit of her consciousness, her body would subconsciously enter a state of self-protection and fall down. Ali, Qigong doesn't allow you to fly in the air. You still need support, but it's much smaller than people who don't know Qigong. Maybe a treetop or something small, as long as you can control it well enough. Yili looked at him expressionlessly. Mo Xiaoyao smiled helplessly. His right hand slapped the armrest of the wheelchair, and his entire body suddenly leaped up and headed toward the training field not far away. After a moment of surprise, Yili stared unblinkingly at his voice. She saw his hand quickly tap on a wooden stake on the training field, and then turn to another direction. Then it was on the treetops by the side of the training ground. The net that Yili had set up around the training ground finally fell back into the wheelchair. Did you see it clearly? Mo Xiaoyao asked with a smile. He reached out and plucked a yellow flower from the treetops and handed it to her. This doesn't make sense. Yili gritted her teeth and glared at Mo Xiaoyao. Was this a person who couldn't walk? Is that so? Actually, she was the one who couldn't walk, right? Mo Xiaoyao looked at her in confusion. I know. Yili took the flower and played with it. Let me think about it. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. I think Li is thinking too much. Or you can think about it. Imagine the peace you would feel if you fell from a 100-foot cliff. Without anyone to rely on, you wouldn't be able to turn anything. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to support yourself. Yili looked at him silently. She had really jumped from 100 feet? No, a few hundred feet. If that was the case, every paratrooper would become a Qigong expert. I know, I'll try. Yili's try was to have Jean bring her up to a 20-meter-tall wooden pole by the side of the training field, and then jump down. The first time, she suddenly fell from a height of about 10 meters. Yili was quite lucky as she was caught by a tree branch and fell into a sandpit by the side of the training field. The second time, she flew across half of the training field and couldn't find a place to support herself. She fell from a height of about 5 meters. Her body protected itself well, so she only got a few scratches. The third time, she lost control and crashed into a wooden pole on the training field. Yili was in so much pain that she didn't recover for a long time. The fifth time, Mo Xiaoyao sat by the side of the training field, quietly watching that slender figure jump down, fly up, and fall down again. Then she would climb up to check if there were any problems, jump again, and fall again. Mo Xiaoyao didn't stop her. He watched as she failed again and again, then tried again and again. For the first time, an intense and unfamiliar emotion appeared in his calm eyes. In his deep eyes, there was only that slender figure that kept falling and standing up. Mo Xiaoyao, you're actually abusing a woman. Feng Jiao's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet training field. The shadow guards who were silently guarding in the dark twitched their lips and almost fell from their hiding places. Feng Jiao walked over while fanning himself. He looked at Yili in the training field, then looked at Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting silently by the side. He shook his head and sighed. Ah Yao, that's your wife, not your enemy. I didn't think that after these few years, you'd become even more uncaring toward women. Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and glanced at him without saying anything. Seeing Yili fall to the ground again and again, he wasn't in a good mood. After being snubbed, Feng Jiao rubbed his nose and silently stood to the side. After watching for a while, he asked in confusion, "What is sister-in-law doing?" "Qigong," Mo Xiaoyao said. Feng Jiao's expression twisted. His chin was almost poked by the fan. "Qigong? Isn't she afraid of falling to her death?" These people had all learned martial arts since elementary school. Feng Jiao was born in the wild and had never been taught by a proper master. But he had never seen this kind of training method. Were women more desperate than men these days? As soon as he said this, he felt a cold glare on his body. Feng Jiao looked at the unhappy Mo Xiaoyao and smiled apologetically. He moved to the side to watch Yili practice. Yili had lost count of how many times she had fallen. When she was finally able to land on the ground, she felt as if she had been beaten up from head to toe. Her entire body was in pain. But inside, she gave a big sigh of relief. She felt that she had never been so happy and satisfied since she had come to this world. Clap, clap, clap. Outside the field, Feng Jiao clapped his hands and raised an eyebrow at Yili in admiration. Qing Wan and Qing Shuang immediately gathered around. Qing Shuang's bright eyes were already red and swollen. She didn't care that there were people present as she hugged Yili Xiaojia and started to cry. Yili looked at herself and laughed as she patted the little Yatu in her arms to have her stand properly. Then she walked in front of Imo Xiaoyao. Feng Gongzi, we meet again. Feng Jiao sighed and said, Wang Fei really opened this one's eyes today. Yili said helplessly, it's very easy for other people to learn, but it's very difficult for me. Since I want to learn, I naturally have to put in more effort. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, Li, let's stop here today. You can go back to freshen up and rest. Then you can find a doctor to take a look. Feng San and I will be in the study. Yili nodded and smiled. It's nothing serious. It's just that it hurts a little. I'll go back first. Feng Gongzi, goodbye. Looking at Yili's back as she left with Qing Wan and Qing Shuang, Feng Jiao turned around and asked, Yao, what are you doing? The Shadow Guard and the Black Cloud Cavalry can't even protect the mistress of the Ding King's estate and make her learn self-defense skills? Chapter 130. Young Master Feng. It was Wang Fei who wanted to learn. The prince taught her, Ajin said. He had never seen anyone more stubborn and persistent than Princess Consort. If the prince did not allow him to teach Wang Fei Qigong, he really felt that Wang Fei would break her neck because she was secretly practicing. It's better to have the ability to protect yourself than to have someone else protect you, Imo Xiaoyao said calmly. There was no flawless protection in the world. Even the Shadow Guard of the Ding Wang Fu could not completely eliminate danger. More ability meant more safety in the future. Feng Jiao shook his head and sighed. To have this kind of perseverance and courage, not many men can compare. I really find it strange. How did the Yi family raise such a daughter? Even the Su family could not raise such a woman. The women of the Su family could be overflowing with talent, and they could be extremely intelligent. But he had never seen someone like Yili. Imo Xiaoyao turned the wheelchair in the direction of the study. I didn't ask you to discuss Li. Feng Jiao stilled and smiled as he watched the person leave. A Yao wouldn't be jealous, right? Imo Xiaoyao's study had been moved to the newly married courtyard. This courtyard that had been specially prepared for Prince Ding and Wang Fei was the largest courtyard in the entire Ding Wang Fei. There was even an independent library inside. After Imo Xiaoyao moved in, the two quickly reorganized the room. The second floor of the two-story independent library was where the books were stored. The first floor was divided into two. One side was Yi Li's study, and the other side was Imo Xiaoyao's study. Therefore, when the two of them stepped into the study and saw Yi Li sitting behind the desk with a book in her hand, Imo Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. He just asked, Why didn't Ali rest for a while? Yi Li raised the book in her hand and said, It's not good to lie down and rest after practicing martial arts. I'll read for a while. Do you need to leave? Imo Xiaoyao shook his head. Since you're not tired, then come and listen. Feng Jiao looked at the furnishings of the study. Hearing Imo Xiaoyao's words, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, but did not express any opinion. Yili thought, and then walked over with the book in her hand. Feng Jiao looked curiously. HM, Princess, are you reading a book? Yili was holding a book called The Art of War. Yili looked at the book in her hand and said, I have nothing to do, reading to relieve my boredom. Reading military books to relieve boredom, such a special hobby. Feng Jiao thought to himself, but his expression was one of interest. How do you feel? Not bad, Yili answered. Feng Jiao was not sure what Yili meant by not bad. He quickly looked at Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao was not moved. He asked with a smile, What does Yili think is not bad? Yili hesitated slightly before saying, The strategy is not bad, but the tactics. Maybe it was the difference between modern warfare and ancient warfare. Yili felt that many of the tactics written in this book were not reasonable, and could even be said to be whimsical. Of course, it was not that tactics could not be whimsical. In reality, The best commanders often had wild imaginations. But what was written in this book? In reality, Yili felt that it was more appropriate to call a novel. This author definitely had never been on the battlefield. Yili thought to herself. Strategy? Tactics? Feng Jiao raised an eyebrow. Yili felt a bit vexed, but her expression was very calm as she looked at Immo Xiaoyao and said, Strategy refers to the overall plan and strategy of the war. Immo Xiaoyao glanced at Feng Jiao and said calmly, Tactics refers to the specific methods used to achieve the goal of the war, the deployment of troops, and the strategy to defeat the enemy. Do you understand? Feng Jiao looked at the calm couple in front of him in dismay. Were they looking down on his lack of knowledge? What does Yili think of tactics? Immo Xiaoyao ignored Feng Jiao's expression and asked Yili. Yili shrugged. Compared to the Taizu armament code, I feel that this is more like a legendary novel. You've even read the Taizu armament code? Feng Jiao screamed. Yili looked at him strangely and said, My uncle and grandfather both have the Taizu armament code. What's so strange about reading it? My uncle taught me. She wasn't lying. Her uncle had indeed taught her the art of war. But it hadn't even been a month, so the Taizu armament code definitely hadn't been finished. This sentence also explained why she knew so much about the military. The Taizu armament code was indeed one of the best military books she had ever seen in this world. Feng Jiao silently thought to himself, How did you grow up in the Yi family and the Su family? If you were born in the Murong family, with the way General Murong taught his daughter, perhaps there would be a female general in our dynasty. The Taizu Armament Code wasn't just a book. The book had a total of 29 volumes, recording the battles of 17 famous generals in the early years of Taizu's founding. There were also commentaries written by the Dingguo prince Immo Lanyan. It could be said that it was one of the must-read books for the generals of the Dechu state. There are many military books in the study in the front yard. If Yili likes them, you can go there to get them. Immo Xiaoyao said. This yard wasn't a place to deal with matters, so the books in the study were mostly poetry or miscellaneous books. There were also a few military books, but they weren't of the highest quality. Hearing this, Yili's eyes lit up. There were many books in the study, but other than the poems and biographies that she wasn't interested in, the only books left were history, geography, and travel books. She wasn't interested in the matters of this dynasty or the secret history of this dynasty, so she had already browsed through the history books before she got married. So she could only read things like geography and travel books. But this kind of scenery that she couldn't see and touch made her depressed. This couple. This grandfather has to give it to you. Feng Jiao's heart twitched as he rolled his eyes. After returning to the main topic, Feng Jiao looked much more serious and pleasing to the eye. He looked apologetically at Immo Xiaoyao and said, Yao, I'm very sorry. I seem to have neglected many things these years. Immo Xiaoyao looked up at him. What? Is there news from the Li Palace? Feng Jiao nodded and said, Princess Lingyun thought she was smart enough to scheme against Immo Jingli. I'm afraid that she doesn't know that she was the one being schemed against. How so? Supposedly, the Li Palace has already found out that the incense in Princess Xixia's room was placed by Princess Lingyun. Princess Xixia's room was also placed by Princess Lingyun's people. But the servant girl that Wang Fei said was the first to charge into Princess Xixia's room that day was not one of Princess Lingyun's people, nor was she one of Princess Xixia's people. It was a servant girl that Xian Zhao Taifei had brought out of the palace, Feng Jiao said with a slightly serious expression. Yili asked with a frown, That servant girl. Feng Jiao said, That servant girl was secretly killed that afternoon. I sent people to keep an eye on the Li Palace and Xiaoyang Princess's palace. When Princess Xixia was taken back, there was no servant girl with her. It wasn't until midnight that someone took a servant girl's corpse out of the back door and threw it into an unmarked grave outside the city. But that servant girl's face was disfigured before she died, and she didn't have anything to prove her identity. Chapter 131. Then how did you know it was virtuous consort Dowager's people? Yili asked curiously. Feng Jiao smiled proudly and said, "The coroner found a little bit of jasmine-scented hair oil between the girl's fingers and on her hair. This kind of hair oil is said to be a special kind of hair oil from the #1 spice shop in the capital. It is very expensive. A small box costs more than 10 taels of silver. In the last 3 months, only 5 boxes of this kind of hair oil were sold in the entire capital. 2 of them were bought by Virtuous Consort Dowager. Therefore, I guess that the girl was Virtuous Consort Dowager's hairstylist. Also, yesterday morning, Virtuous Consort Dowager changed her hairstyle. According to the people I sent who are very experienced in dressing, that hairstyle was not made by the same person as the one Virtuous Consort Dowager was used to." Yili nodded in admiration and said, "Therefore, the matter was that Princess Lingyun was not willing to marry Prince Li, so she schemed to help Princess Xixia enter the princely palace so that she could openly break off the marriage? And it just so happened that Virtuous Consort Dowager was not satisfied with Princess Lingyun as a daughter-in-law, so she beat her at her own game so that Princess Xixia could replace her? But this is not reasonable." "How is it not reasonable?" Feng Jiao did not understand. Yili said, "Unless Lei Tingfeng was also involved in this matter. Otherwise, if Lei Tingfeng did not forcefully take Princess Lingyun away, no matter how much trouble Princess Lingyun caused, she still had to obediently get married in the end, right? This way, not only would her plan not succeed, it would also give her another opponent in the princely palace. Or did she just want to use Prince Li and Princess Xixia's weakness to threaten them? What if Prince Li and Princess Xixia were willing to fight to the death and tell the emperor about her plan? Even if she was the Xi Ling princess, she would not be able to escape. Li, why do you think Lei Tingfeng left in such a hurry?" Mo Xiaoyao asked softly. Yili thought for a moment and said, "Lei Tingfeng discovered that Princess Lingyun was being schemed against." Feng Jiao nodded and said, "If Princess Lingyun is still in the capital, once this matter is investigated, even if His Majesty doesn't want to punish her, it will be impossible. But now that he was gone, if the emperor didn't want to destroy the relationship between the two countries, then he could only pretend that nothing had happened. They couldn't possibly send troops to attack the West Hill just because of this, could they? However, with this mess, Lei Tongfeng's trip to the Dechu state can be considered a waste. A good marriage plan had been ruined by that silly girl, Princess Lingyun. Lei Tingfeng would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood." Yili sighed. She turned to look at Mo Xiaoyao and asked, "Should I be glad that I'm not worth his time and effort?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled. "Indeed, we should rejoice. After all these years, Jingli has really made me see him in a new light." Feng Jiao curled his lips and said, "I don't think so. The truly powerful one is the one by his side. If he really is that scheming, why would he give up and marry Ying?" Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, "What about Princess Consort Li? She is the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue and Yi Zhaoyi's younger sister." Feng Zhao said disdainfully, "Sister-in-law is also the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue and Master Qing Yun's granddaughter." Mo Xiaoyao, "Do you know why His Majesty is not worried about me marrying Princess Li?" asked Mo Xiaoyao. Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows. Mo Xiaoyao said, "The Su family will not rely on anyone and will not help anyone fight for the throne. His Majesty understands this, I understand it, and Mo Jingli naturally understands it as well. It is impossible for him to receive any help from the Su family. On the contrary, if he intends to raise an army or conspire to harm the people, the Su family may even become an obstacle to him. Back then, the ancestors of the Su family personally killed the emperor and did their best to assist the emperors of the Dechu state. This was not a legend. However, Mo Jingli probably only thought that the Su family was loyal to the emperor. After all, the true secrets were passed down between the emperor, Prince Ding, and the head of the Su family. Even so, putting aside the Su family, Yi Zhaoyi is also the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue. She is also Minister Ye's legitimate daughter. At least third Miss was betrothed by the late emperor." Feng Jiao said. Yili pursed her lips and smiled faintly. I can roughly guess this. The two of them looked at Yili at the same time. Yili lowered her eyebrows and said, My father should be one of the Empress Dowager's people. He should know Prince Li's thoughts and the Empress Dowager's intentions. However, if he marries me, he probably thinks that Prince Li won't care about the Yi family in the future, but the Su family behind me. However, fourth sister's birth mother's family is weak. If fourth sister becomes Prince Li's consort, perhaps the future will be completely different. The Yi family will rise to the top in the future. Right now, there is the Empress in the palace, and the favored concubine is noble consort Lu. There are also many princes. If father really is one of the Empress Dowager's people, he should know that second sister is not favored. Therefore, from the emperor's point of view, the chances of second sister's child are not high. Moreover, it's not certain if the child can be born. Thinking back to the past few days, Yili really admired her father. Everyone thought that he married Yi Ying to Prince Li to support Yi Jiaoyi in the palace. However, they didn't know that Yi Jiaoyi was actually the spare chess piece. What good plan. It was a pity that Yi Ying didn't choose well. If there were two Yi Yu, perhaps Yi Shangshu's plan could succeed. In fact, it wasn't these ancient people who were stupid. It was her who had always looked down on these people who was stupid. With old Madame Ye's shrewdness and Yi Shangshu's cautiousness, how could she think that the two of them were conceited just because Yi Jiaoyi was pregnant? What a surprising deduction. Feng Jiao looked at Yi Li and said, Why does Princess think that Yi Shangshu is one of the Empress Dowager's people? Even the person on the dragon throne couldn't think of this. However, Princess Ding didn't guess wrong. Yi Li said faintly, Father seems to show dissatisfaction with Prince Li from time to time. However, he has never done anything to affect Prince Li. Since he has already married his most valued daughter to Prince Li, why does he always show dissatisfaction with him? It seems like he is doing it for everyone to see. Last time, the betrothal was Princess Lingyun. It was said that the Empress Dowager and Prince Li were not satisfied. Father's attitude was very tough. Of course, there was also the concern for fourth sister's future. However, this time, with father's intelligence, it is impossible for him to not see that Princess Xixia will definitely enter Prince Li's palace. Even if she changes her identity, Princess Xixia's position in Prince Li's palace will not be low. However, this time, father didn't seem to say anything. Even fourth sister was sent back by father on the day she went home. Fourth sister told me that father is already preparing to send fifth sister into Prince Li's palace as a shufei in a month. He said it is to help fourth sister consolidate favor and prevent Princess Xixia from taking the lead. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li and said with a faint smile, What Li Li said is correct. Yi Shangshu, for him to be able to ascend to the position of Shangshu so early, it is indeed related to the Empress Dowager. However, I am more inclined to meet the source of both sides. Yi Li blinked and said, You're saying that father plans to see which side has a higher chance of winning before betting on which side? The current paranoia is not something that normal people can understand. If Darren is not loyal, he will not believe him. Chapter 132. Even though she had already figured out many problems, Yi Li still felt shocked. Her father, who looked smooth, was actually really smooth, and was muddle-headed when it came to family matters, was actually a double agent. But what is going on with the Empress Dowager and the Emperor? Yi Li said. Feng Jiao sneered and said, What else can it be? Our Empress Dowager is known as a heroine of a generation, the Yao Shun of women. In the past, she helped the Emperor ascend the throne when he was young. But our Emperor was not someone to be trifled with. In less than 3 years, he took back all the power and respectfully asked the Empress Dowager to retire to the inner palace to enjoy her old age. Something like power. It is fine if you have not tasted it, but once you have tasted it, it is easy to not be able to stop. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager have not been on good terms for a long time. This is something that many of the nobles in Jing know. Even though the throne will not change, the person on the throne can change. So, The one with the true ambition is not Mo Jingli, but the Empress Dowager. Mo Jingli naturally has the ambition, but he does not have the opportunity. Now that he has the opportunity, why would he not cooperate? The Li Palace is his residence. Without his permission, even the virtuous Zhao Dowager cannot do anything she wants. Yili was speechless. No wonder the Empress Dowager did not mind the brothers fighting. So she wanted her two sons to fight to the death? Power, is it really that important? Feng Jiao stilled and said with a dim expression, "It is probably very important to some people." After a moment of sadness, Feng Jiao quickly laughed again. He winked at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "How about it, Prince? Since the two in the palace have started to play their cards, should we also play a game? Or should we kill them all?" "Kill them all?" Mo Xiaoyao glanced at him. "Then you'll clean it up? You will be responsible for killing inside and outside the palace. If there is a rebellion, you will be responsible. If the northern tribes invade, you will stop them. If Xiling also wants to participate, you will guard the border." Feng Jiao rubbed his nose awkwardly. As expected, it wasn't difficult to kill a few people. However, the consequences of killing those people were very troublesome. Whether or not the Empress Dowager and her brother were secretly competing with each other was naturally not something that Yi Li could interfere with. However, whenever someone from the Yi residence came to ask her to return, she would usually find an excuse to return. Although Minister Yi was dissatisfied with his daughter, who was obviously out of his control, Yi Li's identity as Princess Ding was there. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he couldn't say or do anything. Actually, under normal circumstances, if the Empress Dowager and the two brothers Mo Jingli wanted to fight for the throne, no matter who it was, they would try to rope in Mo Xiaoyao. However, on one hand, Mo Xiaoyao was a useless person in the eyes of outsiders. On the other hand, Mo Jingqi probably wanted to get rid of the Ding King residence as soon as possible. Therefore, the days in the Ding King residence were still peaceful. No matter which side it was, they didn't expect Mo Xiaoyao to stand on their side. Of course, they also believed that Mo Xiaoyao wouldn't stand on the other side. Princess Consort, Miss Biao asked for an audience. Yili put down the needle and thread in her hand. She raised her head and asked curiously, "Miss Biao? Yang, Qianru, why did she come to the main courtyard?" The Ding King residence was very big, very big. Moreover, there were many places that one couldn't go to just because they wanted to. Therefore, even if there were two people who didn't make people feel comfortable living in the residence, Yili wouldn't be able to sense the existence of side consort Yang and Miss Biao under normal circumstances. Because ever since Mo Xiaoyao moved to the main courtyard, the security of this courtyard had obviously been upgraded. Not to mention entering the main courtyard. Without permission, they couldn't even get close to the outer courtyard. After being rebuffed twice and being reprimanded by Chief Steward Mo sent by Mo Xiaoyao, side consort Yang didn't try to challenge the new Princess Consort Ding's authority anymore. Mo Xiaoyao had always been good to her. Yili could obviously feel it. Not to mention that Mo Xiaoyao had generously given her power when she had just married into the family. He had also clearly expressed his attitude towards her, the princess consort, in front of the servants in the residence. Otherwise, not to mention the Ding King residence, even the servants of an ordinary family wouldn't be so easily tamed by a new daughter-in-law. Therefore, it was very important to have someone to support her, especially when this person was the person with the highest authority in the residence. This servant doesn't know. However, Miss Biao has already been standing at the entrance of the outer courtyard for quite some time. That's why the guard outside asked someone to inform Prince Consort. Jing who came in to report, said, because the prince had instructed that outsiders were not allowed to enter the inner courtyard to disturb the princess consort, they would normally ask people to leave. However, Miss Biao, who had been easily dismissed the previous few times, wasn't willing to leave so easily today. The guards couldn't do anything to Miss Biao. After all, she was a guest. They could only ask Jing who was passing by, to come in and report. Prince, what do you think? Yili tilted her head and asked Imo Xiaoyao, who was sitting by the half-open window and reading a book. Imo Xiaoyao didn't even look at her. He flipped a page of the book and said indifferently, "If Miss Li wants to see her, then let her come in. If she doesn't want to see her, then let someone send her back. Or, the Wang residence has another courtyard outside the city. She can accompany side consort Yang there for a few years." TSK. Yili clicked her tongue. This man was truly heartless. Even though she hadn't seen Yang Qianru for a long time, but the few times they met, she had looked at him with tactful resentment and tenderness. He could actually say such cold and heartless words. But she liked it. "Let her come in." Putting aside the clothes that were almost finished, Yili said with some vexation, "Side consort Yang had mentioned to me before about finding a good marriage for Miss Biao, but she had never been a matchmaker before." Imo Xiaoyao said indifferently, "Don't trouble yourself. You won't be able to find one." "What do you mean? What did he mean by she couldn't find one?" Imo Xiaoyao said. "This matter was mentioned by Chief Steward Imo 3 years ago. However, neither side, consort Yang Qianru, nor herself were satisfied with the candidate he proposed. You're not familiar with the capital. I don't think you can find a better candidate than the one Chief Steward Imo listed." Yili couldn't help wiping her sweat. So Imo Xiaoyao had also been a matchmaker before, but he had directly asked Chief Steward Imo to do it. She was really stupid to worry about whether she should attend more banquets. "Chief Steward Mo's people are too bad." Imo Xiaoyao looked up at her and said, "Chief Steward Imo listed the best candidates that could be found with her qualifications. Moreover, she's already 17. There are even fewer unmarried people around her age. Not everyone was like Imo Xiaoyao, Imo Jingli, and Su Qingshen, who were over 20 and still unmarried. Even if they weren't, most people were already engaged. Then what should we do? She couldn't really delay her life like this, right?" And it wasn't that Yili was narrow-minded, but she really suspected that if this continued, it would become Imo Xiaoyao's responsibility in the end. If she wants to marry, then let Chief Steward Imo send the list over. If she doesn't want it, then don't worry about it. If she's not married when she's 18, then send her to a nunnery to accompany sister-in-law. Yili couldn't help but want to shed a tear for the affectionate Miss Yang. What was called being considerate. Just look at Imo Xiaoyao's performance. Chapter 133. A short while later, Yang Qianru was gracefully led in by someone. She was accompanied by 2 young maidservants, and one of them was holding a box of unknown contents in her hands. Seeing Yang Qianru suddenly look at a certain place behind her, Yili looked at the unfinished clothes on the side and suddenly had a bad feeling. "Biao Mei, please sit." Yili nodded to Yang Qianru with a smile. Yang Qianru quickly looked behind Yili. She quickly shook her head and said in a low voice, "Many thanks, Wang Fei, no. No need. I'll just stand." Yili was speechless. "What do you mean by you'll just stand? You're just a Biao Mei living in a Wang Fu. Do you need to act like a mistreated concubine?" She looked at Yang Qianru's moon-white robe with orchid embroidery. Her fresh and exquisite hair had a pearl hairpin in it. Ever since Yili had cleaned up Imo Xiaoyao's plain clothes, this girl had finally bid farewell to her white robe fluttering in the wind. But she still walked the path of elegance and nobility. "Biao Mei, please sit." Yili's voice was slightly deep as she said lightly. Yang Qianru was shocked, and her expression clearly became terrified. Under Yi Li's gaze, she carefully sat down with a wronged expression. That wronged appearance made Yili feel like a mouthful of blood was stuck in her chest. It was disgusting to spit it out, but it was even more disgusting to swallow it. She didn't bully her. "Biao Mei has come to the main yard at this time. Is there something you need?" Yili suppressed the displeasure in her heart and asked Yang Qianru. Yang Qianru raised her head and nervously twisted the handkerchief in her hand with a red face. I... Yili smiled patiently. Yang Qianru glanced at Imo Xiaoyao. She seemed to have finally gathered her courage and said, Tomorrow is my cousin's birthday. I'm here to give him a birthday gift." Yili glanced at the box in the hands of the servant girl behind her. She turned her head to glance at Mo Xiaoyao, who seemed to be engrossed in his book. She smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Thank you for the trouble. May I have a look? Is it inconvenient? In that case, please have a look, Prince." She waved her hand, indicating for the servant girl to bring the box to Mo Xiaoyao. Hearing Yi Li's words, Yang Qianru's eyes lit up. She looked expectantly at the person sitting by the window reading. The little girl had just walked in front of Mo Xiaoyao when the box in her hand was suddenly grabbed by a hand that reached in through the window. It was unknown when Ajin had appeared by the window. She held the box with a focused expression and opened it. She reached out to take a look at the thing inside. From Yi Li's direction, she could see that it was a gorgeous snow blue robe. Although she could only see a corner, the embroidery was indeed very exquisite and meticulous. "It's not poisonous. Ajin, move aside. You're blocking the light," Mo Xiaoyao said lightly. "Oh." Ajin responded. She hugged the box and disappeared through the window. From beginning to end, Mo Xiaoyao did not even see a corner of the robe. Yang Qianru was stunned. She hurriedly asked, "Where did he take it?" Yili wondered if she should tell him that the things that Mo Xiaoyao did not want were all taken by Ajin to play with. After playing with them, she threw them away. Mo Xiaoyao put down the book in his hand and looked up. Under Yang Qianru's surprised and expectant gaze, he said calmly, "If there's nothing else, go back to your own courtyard. Tomorrow, I will ask Steward Mo to send a list of suitable men for the trial marriage. You can choose one." Yang Qianru's delicate face suddenly turned snow white. Sparkling tears kept falling down. "No, cousin, I don't want to leave the palace. I don't want to get married. Don't drive me away." Mo Xiaoyao frowned. He quickly nodded and said, "That's fine. Tomorrow, pack up your things and go to Wiyue Nunnery to accompany sister-in-law. Just like this, send Miss Yang back." Yang Qianru's maids were all maids of the palace. Naturally, they did not dare to disobey Mo Xiaoyao. Even though they knew that their young miss was unwilling, they still went forward to help her leave. "Cousin, boo-hoo, don't drive Qianru away. I'll be obedient and won't make cousin angry." Yang Qianru sobbed. She struggled and refused to leave under the support of the two maidservants. "Take her away." Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said calmly. No matter how much Yang Qianru struggled, she was not a match for the two maids who were taller than her. In the end, she was almost dragged out. Yili sat on the side and silently looked at Mo Xiaoyao's calm face. Hearing the faint sound of Yang Qianru crying, she could not help but sigh in her heart that this man was really cruel. When an ordinary man saw a beautiful and weak girl crying like that, even if he did not love her, he would still feel some pity. However, Mo Xiaoyao's eyes did not have the slightest emotion. It was as if the girl who was dragged out was not a weak girl, but an object that he did not need anymore. "Li, why are you sighing?" Mo Xiaoyao asked. Yili could not help but sigh again and said, "Whoever falls in love with you must have done something wrong in their previous life. Otherwise, they must have owed you some debt in their previous life." Mo Xiaoyao stared at Yili's back and asked, "Why do you say that?" Yili said, "Does it even need to be said? Just look at Yang Qianru and you will know. Falling in love with someone who did not love or did not love at all, if that was not a debt in their previous life, then what was it? Was it a tragedy to be born? Then what kind of person will he fall in love with?" Mo Xiaoyao asked. Yili sat on the needlework in her hand and casually replied, "Love? I don't know. I probably won't fall in love with anyone. No matter how touching love is, it will become family after a long time. Since that is the case, why not live a good life from the beginning? Who could spend their life with sweet words and honeyed words? After a long time, they would only be left with daily necessities. Then is it because Li has not fallen in love with anyone? Mo Xiaoyao asked in a low voice. Yili's needlework paused for a moment. Then she quickly moved again and said, "Perhaps." Of course, she had fallen in love before, but to say that her love was unforgettable, she really had not. If Li falls in love with someone, will she live and die with them? Yili turned her head and looked at the man who was leaning against the wheelchair with a strange expression. She smiled and said, Prince, are you trying to say that if you fall in love with someone, you will live and die with them? Perhaps. I probably won't. Do you think that if I die, I will drag someone down with me? Yili thought about it realistically and said, even if it is just ordinary love, you can't do that. Is it a lover or an enemy? Under the sunlight, Mo Xiaoyao seemed to be seriously thinking about it. After a while, he said in a low voice, You are right. If I die, I still hope that she lives well. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to Yi Li and picked up the book he had not finished to continue reading. Yi Li did not expect that Mo Xiaoyao, who she had always thought was gentle, indifferent, and somewhat emotionless, would be so gentle. She shrugged in confusion and turned back to continue embroidering. After a while, Mo Xiaoyao's words appeared in her mind again. If I die, I still hope that she lives well. Chapter 134. Her. Yili was so shocked that the embroidery needle almost poked her finger. Mo Xiaoyao had someone he liked. Yili's mood was not good, very bad, even though she did not understand why it was so bad. In short, she was inexplicably depressed. This kind of situation was very rare in her decades of life. Even when she broke up with her first boyfriend and went on her first mission, she did not seem to be in such a bad mood. So after venting for a while in the martial arts field and finding that her mood did not improve, Yili decisively decided to go out to relax. Coincidentally, Hua Tianxiang had sent an invitation to her to admire the lotus flowers in the early summer, so Yili did not hesitate to agree. The Chu capital was in the north, and there were not many places to admire the lotus flowers. So it was destined that the place to admire the lotus flowers in June and July every year would be filled with tourists. The lotus flowers in the early summer had not fully bloomed, and it had already attracted the noble young ladies of the capital to come in droves. When Mo Xiao heard that Yi Li was going out to admire the lotus flowers and did not have the intention to invite him, he did not say much. He only told Yi Li that the Ding King Fu had its own pleasure boat, and that Yi Li could invite her friends to go with her. Yi Li had been displeased with Mo Xiaoyao these past 2 days and forgot to ask him if he wanted to go with her. She brought a few servant girls and went out very quickly. Ah Jin silently looked at his prince. The prince clearly wanted to go with the princess. Why didn't he directly tell the princess? On the pleasure boat of the Ding King Fu, Yi Li leisurely leaned against the window in a daze. Hua Tianxiang looked at the decoration of the pleasure boat with admiration and said with envy, It is worthy of being the Ding King Fu's boat. This decoration is really extraordinary. But Lier, did Prince Ding specially decorate this boat for you? No one has left the Ding King Fu for many years. This boat is not like the one in the past. Yi Li looked at her lazily and said with a smile, Your family's boat is not worse than this one. Is there a need to be like this? Hua Tianxiang rolled her eyes in annoyance. What do you know? How many people are there in my family? It was so crowded and noisy. You'll be comfortable. It's so quiet to be alone on a boat. Ah, if Prince Ding is also on the ship, then it's two. No. It's better if he's not here. If Prince Ding is here, then I'll be too embarrassed to stay here and freeload. Yi Li looked at the various pleasure boats on the lake not far away and said in confusion, There are so many boats floating on the lake. Are they looking at lotus flowers or pleasure boats? Hua Tianxiang giggled and said, Look at the flowers and admire the people. These few days, the lotus flowers had just bloomed, and the weather was perfect. Of course, there were many people coming out. Do you know how many scholars and beauties get married every year on this beauty lake? Beauty Lake? Yi Li glances at the vast lake. After seeing West Lake, Taihu Lake, Qiandao Lake, and so on, this small beauty lake seems to have nothing to do with beauties. Hua Tianxiang shook her head helplessly. Aren't you a little too unromantic? Don't you know why Zheng didn't come with us today? Please enlighten me. Because she's with second young Master Su today. Hua Tianxiang gritted her teeth and glanced at Yi Li. Speaking of which, I found it strange that you came alone today. I thought you would come with Prince Ding. I was planning to go and play with Moro. Yi Li glared daggers at her. Then who was the one who invited me to come out? I was afraid you wouldn't know. so I gave you a reminder. Who told you to hide at home all year round and refuse to go out? Hua Tian, Xiang muttered in dissatisfaction. Then she looked at the newly decorated decorations on the boat and said with a guilty conscience, "You have to remember, it's Prince's birthday in a few days. You must ask him to come out and admire the lotus flowers. I'm sure he prepared this boat to admire the flowers with you. Maybe Prince Ding is thinking of how to kill me without leaving a trace." Yili was stunned. Looking at Hua Tian Xiang's worried face, she couldn't help but smile. "You're thinking too much. Tian Xiang Lili, today's weather was very good. Whether it was on the lake or the lakeside, there were songs and laughter, but no one else would shout so loudly except for Murong Ting." Yili and Hua Tian Xiang came out of the cabin and saw Murong Ting standing outside another boat, shouting and waving at them. There was also a handsome young man beside her, who seemed to be saying something to Murong Ting. However, Murong Ting was obviously impatient and didn't want to pay attention to him. Hua Tian Xiang followed behind Yili and whispered with a smile, "That's the second young master of the Lung family, Lung Haoyu, Murong's fiancé." Yili asked. "Yes, Ting didn't like him since she was young, but he liked to stick to Ting since she was young. Later, Ting followed her father to the border. I didn't expect that he still liked to deliberately make her angry after coming back," Hua Tian Xiang said with a smile. Obviously, her impression of Lung Haoyu wasn't too bad. On the other side of the boat, the two people had already started a fight because Murong Ting wanted to use Qin Gong to come to their side, but Lung Haoyu obviously refused. The two pulled and pulled on the deck, and Murong Ting became angry and started a fight. In addition to them, there were also many other boats around. When they saw the commotion, they also came over. There were obviously many people who knew Murong Ting and Lung Haoyu, and they all joined in the commotion. Hua Tian Xiang smiled and said, "How long do you think Lung Haoyu can last this time?" Yili watched for a while before saying, "Murong Ting can't beat Lung Haoyu at all." Lung Haoyu seemed to be fighting a lot, but his feet were much more stable than Murong Ting's. There was a playful smile on his handsome face, but his eyes were absolutely serious when he looked at Murong Ting. "You said he was letting Ting win?" Yili smiled and said, "General Murong loves his daughter as much as his life. Do you think he will really marry Ting, to an ignorant and incompetent playboy?" This, Hua Tian Xiang pondered. She really didn't think about this problem seriously. After watching enough, Yili smiled and said, "Let them row the boat away. I won't play with Murong today." Hua Tian Xiang pulled her back. "Don't. Believe it or not, if you make Ting angry, even if we row the boat away, she will still dare to jump into the water." Yili thought about Murong Ting's temper. It was really possible. She could only smile and say to the boat over there, "Second young master La Murong, can you come over for a chat?" Murong Ting stopped, turned back and shouted, "Li, I am your friend. Why are you asking him to come?" Hua Tian Xiang smiled and said, "Then are you coming or not? If you don't come, we will row the boat away." Murong Ting glared fiercely at Lung Haoyu, opened his hand, then stepped on his foot fiercely, flew away, and landed on Yili's boat. Lung Haoyu smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands and said to Yili with a smile, "Thank you, princess." He also got up and left his boat and landed on Yili's boat. Yili instructed the boatman to row the boat away, then turned around and invited the two to go in together. The four people sat down. Qing Wan and others served new tea and snacks before leaving. Murong Ting sat beside Yi Li and ate snacks while glaring at Lung Haoyu, who followed her. Lung Haoyu only pretended not to see the daggers flying at him. He smiled at Yi Li and said, "The weather is quite good today. Why don't I see the prince and princess traveling together?" Chapter 135. Yi Li raised her eyebrows, looked at Lung Haoyu, and asked with a smile, "Second young master Lung is familiar with our prince?" The teacup in Lung Haoyu's hand paused slightly, and he said with a smile, "I'm just a playboy. How could I have the chance to be familiar with Prince?" Murong Ting snorted and mocked. "You still know that you're a playboy." Ting Lung Haoyu looked at her aggrievedly. What's wrong with being a playboy? There's food to eat and play, and I can accompany you every day. It's so good to have Big Brother to worry about the family matters. Bah! Murong Ting almost wanted to jump up. This girl hates good-for-nothing playboys the most. You stay away from this girl in the future. Otherwise, this girl will beat you up every time I see you. Now you also beat me up every time you see me. Lung Haoyu murmured in a low voice, but his voice was just loud enough for everyone in the cabin to hear. Yi Li and Hua Tianxiang couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. Murong Ting was so angry that her face turned red, and she couldn't wait to stab this bastard who embarrassed her to death. Lung Haoyu seemed to be very afraid of Murong Ting, and he just kept begging for mercy. However, looking at the faint and doting smile in his eyes, one could tell that he was actually playing with Murong Ting. Yi Li and Hua Tianxiang looked at Murong Ting, who was still angry, and looked at each other with a smile. Indeed, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved in the situation. As Murong Ting's friends, they naturally hoped that Murong Ting could be happy in the future, but it was still Murong Ting's own choice. Princess, the Li Palace's ship is in front. As the four were talking, Qing Xia came in to report. Hua Tianxiang frowned and said, Li why do we meet Li Wang again? Yi Li said with a smile, Who told you not to pick a good day? Or it could be said that the capital is really not big. Murong Ting pursed her lips and said, I think it's a small world. Before Yi Li could speak, Qing Wan also came in and said with a face full of displeasure, Princess Li Wang and Princess Li request to see you. Let them in. Yi Li sighed. Not long after, Mo Jingli walked in with Yi Li. However, the people following Mo Jingli made Yi Li frown. The woman by King Li's side was different from her usual self. She was dressed in a light yellow robe with some makeup on her face and a veil covering her face. But from Yi Li's point of view, such embellishments were meaningless. No matter who it was, as long as they saw her, they would be able to recognize that this was Princess Shi Xia of Nanzhao. It had only been a few days. Was Mo Jingli trying to provoke his brother emperor? The palace hadn't announced Princess Shi Xia's death yet. Greetings, Prince Li and Princess Li. Hua Tianxiang and the others stood up to greet them. Mo Jingli glanced at the people in the cabin, and finally turned his gaze from Yi Li to Lung Haoyu. He said in a deep voice, Lung Haoyu? Lung Haoyu smiled and said, Prince actually recognizes me? It is truly an honor. Of course, Mo Jingli knew of Lung Haoyu's reputation. Looking at Murong Ting beside him, his expression relaxed slightly. He gave a light snort and said to Yi Li, Why didn't Mo Xiaoyao come out with you? What does it have to do with King Li? Yi Li's heart was stifled. Hearing Mo Jingli's impolite tone, she immediately retorted without hesitation. As expected, Mo Jingli's expression immediately darkened. He said angrily, Woman who doesn't know what's good for her. Yi Li rolled her eyes in her heart, too lazy to pay attention to him. Lung Haoyu looked at Princess Shi Xia behind Mo Jingli with great interest and said with a smile, Prince, this beauty is... His back was pinched by Murong Ting. His fake smile immediately turned into a funny grimace. Mo Jingli coldly stared at him and said, Didn't your big brother teach you not to ask what you shouldn't ask? Lung Haoyu shrugged indifferently and said, My big brother is very busy. Where would he have the time to teach me this? Yi Li rubbed her eyebrows and said indifferently, Prince Li, fourth sister, sit down and talk. Murong Ting snorted and said, I don't want to sit with some people. Li Tianxiang and I will go out and take a look first. Finished speaking, she gave Mo Jingli a sidelong glance and pulled Hua Tianxiang to leave. Her appearance was just short of saying that this lady didn't want to sit with him. Hua Tianxiang gave Yi Li an apologetic look and let Murong Ting pull her out. She also didn't want to get along with Prince Li. Lung Haoyu saw Murong Ting run out, then looked at Yi Li and Mo Jingli with hesitation in his eyes. Yi Li smiled and said, Young Master Lung should go and watch Murong Ting. Don't let her run around with Tianxiang. Lung Haoyu nodded and walked out. Not long after, Qing Wan and the others came in with tea and snacks, but they didn't go out after putting them down. They each stood respectfully in the cabin, waiting for the princess's orders. Understanding their thoughts, Yili laughed secretly in her heart, but didn't say anything. You all go out first. I have something to say to her. Mo Jingli ordered. Ying bit her lips and got up silently and left. Princess Xixiao looked at Yi Li with hostility and didn't say anything. She followed Yi Ying and left. But Qing Wan and the others were not so obedient. They still stood in a corner and looked at each other with concern, as if they didn't hear Mo Jingli's words. Mo Jingli said in a deep voice, I told you to go out, didn't you hear? Qin Shuang replied in a clear and loud voice, replying to Prince Li, we heard. But our prince said to protect the princess's safety, so we naturally have to obey the prince's orders. Mo Jingli's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stared at Qin Shuang coldly and said, You mean I will harm her? Qin Shuang said, We don't know. We're just in case. Prince, please forgive us. Yili smiled faintly and said, Prince Li, there doesn't seem to be anything between us. They're all people I trust. If you have something to say, you can say it directly. Mo Jingli was silent. His eyes stared at Yili without blinking. Yili didn't say anything and let him stare. After a long time, Mo Jingli said coldly, Yili, you lied to I? Yili was stunned. Lied to him? Where did this come from? Or did Mo Jingli find out what she lied to him again? Prince, where did this come from? Slandering concubine I for no reason is not a good habit. Yili said faintly. Mo Jingli snorted and said, You deliberately pretended to be so useless just to make I break the engagement first, right? You have already hooked up with Mo Xiaoyao, right? Yili calmly held the teacup in her hand. She restrained herself from splashing the tea on the man's face. Prince, I already told you. Fantasizing too much is an illness. You should treat it as soon as possible. Prince, just because you have a despicable personality doesn't mean other people have bad personalities. She wasn't satisfied with the marriage, but to say that she had hooked up with Mo Xiaoyao a long time ago, they were still as innocent as tofu with spring onions. Mo Jingli's face turned dark, but he didn't get angry like he usually did. Instead, he stared at Yi Li for a while, and then revealed a malicious smile. Yi Li stared at him expressionlessly, but her heart was on guard. Mo Jingli lowered his voice and said to Yi Li with a smile, Yi Li, you haven't consummated with Mo Xiaoyao yet, right? It can't be that. Mo Xiaoyao has really become a cripple, right? If it's like this, I can barely. Chapter 136. Bang! Before Mo Jingli could finish speaking, a fist hit his nose accurately and fiercely. 2 tubes of blood immediately dripped down. Mo Jingli widened his eyes in shock. Before he could recover, Yili had already stood up and slammed his head on the table. Damn Yili! The pain on his forehead finally made Mo Jingli recover from the shock of being attacked by Yili again. I won't let you go. Yili gave Qing Wan a look to stop her from making a move, and a sneer appeared on her lips. Seeing Mo Jingli pouncing on her, she got up and rolled back to dodge. When Mo Jingli pounced on her again, she was already by another window. After failing to catch her twice, and thinking of how he was attacked twice, Mo Jingli also guessed that Yili was not a weak woman. This time, he used his martial arts and pounced on her fiercely, vowing to catch this woman who teased him. However, when Yili lowered her body, Mo Jingli felt a sharp pain under his armpit. He could not react in time and hit the window of the cabin. Someone come quickly! Li Wang fell into the water. A shrill scream suddenly came from the originally joyful and leisurely Beauty Lake. The people on the pleasure boat not far away were dumbfounded when they saw a tall figure fall out of a wide and gorgeous pleasure boat, and then fell straight into the lake with a plop. When they reacted to the content of the scream just now, everyone was shocked. Li Wang fell into the water. The nearby pleasure boats came over one after another. Those who had a grudge with Li Wang found a place to watch the show. Those who had a relationship with Li Wang quickly ordered their servants to jump down to save him. With such a big commotion, the people outside the cabin naturally heard it. Murong Ting and Lung Haoyu rushed in first. Li, are you okay? Murong Ting pulled Yi Li and looked at her nervously. After confirming that Yi Li was fine, she sighed in relief and said with dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with this Li Wang? Ali, did he bully you?" Yi Li's voice was filled with fear as she smiled and said, "I'm fine. It's Prince Li. I don't know how he fell into the lake." Prince Yi Ying and Princess Xixiao were shocked and quickly rushed to the window to look. Many people had already gone down to the lake to save people, but they did not see Mo Jingli's figure yet. Yi said anxiously, "How did Prince fall into the lake? He doesn't know how to swim." Third sister. This time, Ying did not suspect Yi Li. After all, Mo Jingli was still a man who was good at both civil and martial arts in Yi Ying's heart. No matter what, it was impossible for him to be silently thrown into the water by Yi Li. Yi Li did not care about comforting her frightened sister at this time. It's okay. So many people went down to save Li Wang. He will definitely be fine. Yi Ying stared at the people in the lake with tears in her eyes, without blinking. She did not care to say anything to Yi Li. However, Princess Xixiao looked at the people in the cabin and turned to walk out. Yi Li said lightly, "Miss, where are you going?" I'm going to save Prince. It's none of your business." Princess Xixiao obviously knew that Yi Li recognized her. Thinking about how Yi Li had seen her in such a sorry state, Princess Xixiao felt uncomfortable looking at Yi Li. She did not want to stay in the same cabin as her. Yi Li pulled Yi Ying and said, "Fourth sister, take this miss back to your ship. Since this miss is Li Wang's person, as Li Wang Fei, you should take good care of the guest. Don't let anything happen to her." But Yi Ying hesitated. She hated Princess Xixiao. What's more, Li Wang's life and death were unknown. How could she be in the mood to care about this? "All right, don't forget your identity." Yi Li frowned. "Li Wang will be fine. Don't mess things up." After persuading Yi Ying to leave, Yi Li smiled at the other three people. She sat down leisurely and watched the salvage work below. After a while, Li Wang was finally rescued from the water. Under the sunlight, one could clearly see that Mo Jingli's usually cold face had a large bruise on his forehead. It was probably because he had stayed in the water for too long. His nose did not look bad for the time being. Everyone hurriedly sent him to the Li Wang Fu ship that was parked not far away. The onlookers gradually gathered around. Yi Li's side was much quieter. Lung Haoyu looked thoughtfully at Yi Li, who was leisurely leaning against the window, and said, "Is Wang Fei not worried at all?" Yi Li smiled faintly. "What's there to worry about? Young Master Lung, don't worry. Li Wang is very lucky. Nothing will happen to him. Young Master Lung also saw it just now. He's still alive, isn't he?" Murong Ting held her chin and asked curiously, "Why would Li Wang fall into the lake for no reason?" Every year during the golden period of the lake tour, there would always be one or two people who fell into the lake. However, they were usually insensible children or weak young ladies. Li Wang was a man who had practiced martial arts since he was young. How could he fall into the lake? Yi Li replied with a serious expression, "People make mistakes and horses stumble." Li Wang suddenly stood up. It was probably because the ship was unstable that he fell in. Had the ship ever been unstable? Murong Ting, who had been standing outside, was puzzled. His qing gong should be good. Li Wang is afraid of water. He probably forgot. Yi Li replied without changing her expression. Qing gong was not omnipotent, especially when one's legs suddenly went numb. Unless he had someone's ability to fly without using his legs. However, it would probably not be so easy to mess with Mo Jingli next time. Yi Li silently thought in her heart that she must be careful when she saw Mo Jingli in the future. Hua Tianxiang was not interested in how Mo Jingli fell. She said with some worry, Li Wang had an accident on your ship. The Empress Dowager and Xian Zhao Dowager." Yi Li blinked innocently. It's normal for the ship to be unstable. Li Wang drank wine and did not stabilize the ship properly. Do I have to take responsibility? Well, it seems to be my fault for not closing the window properly. Lung Haoyu's gaze swept to the only two open windows in the cabin. He said with a smile, although it's only the beginning of summer, the lake is still a little hot. I think everyone can understand why the princess forgot to close the window. Thank you, second young master Lung, for your understanding. Yili smiled. Hua Tianxiang shook her head. Lear, we are fine. However, Li Wang has always been at odds with Prince Ding. He also has a grudge with you. You'd better be careful. Yili smiled and said, Thank you, Tianxiang. I'll be careful. If Mo Jingli really had the nerve to tell everyone that he was beaten by a woman, then she would not mind arguing with him. She would not rashly make a move without careful consideration. Thinking of Mo Jingli's miserable face just now, Yili suddenly felt that her fist was a little itchy. She secretly regretted that she did not punch him a few more times. Li Wang's mansion Mo Jingli was awakened by the sound of sobbing. His entire body was in an indescribable discomfort, and Shi Fu's cries made him feel as though his brain had exploded. Shut up. Prince, you are finally awake. Ying rushed over in surprise. Princess Xixia also hurriedly squeezed over. Brother Jingli, how are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Chapter 137. Mo Jingli closed his eyes and finally remembered what happened to him. A breath was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't let it out. Another earth-shattering cough came. Yi Ying hurriedly supported Mo Jingli to help him breathe. Prince, are you feeling better? Looking at Yi Ying's tear-stained face and thinking of a certain hateful woman's cold and emotionless face, Mo Jingli felt a wave of annoyance. Don't cry. I haven't died yet. Where's Yili? Princess Xixia lightly snorted and said, Brother Jingli, what are you talking about? Yili naturally went back to her Prince Ding mansion. Something happened to you on her bed, and she didn't even come to take a look. So rude. Ying glared at Princess Xixia. Third sister is much more polite than some people. Men and women are different. The prince is on the sickbed. Why would third sister come to see him? Ying wasn't stupid. Even her father couldn't stop Princess Xixia from entering the Li Palace. Although Yili didn't get along with her since they were young, she also had a grudge against Princess Xixia. Compared to Princess Xixia, she would definitely stand on her younger sister's side. Yi Ying remembered how Yili reminded her to watch Princess Xixia and not let her run around outside. After she came back, even the old concubine, who had always been picky about her, made an exception and praised her. Ying felt that sometimes it was right to listen to her third sister. After all, no matter how smart or powerful second sister was, she was in the palace and couldn't help her. Grandmother was right. After they got married, they should support each other. Princess Xixia was furious. That incident was destined to make her unable to raise her head among the noble women in the capital. She would even lose her identity as the princess of Nanzhao. Although she could put everything down and return to Nanzhao, even if she wasn't Princess Xixia, she would still be the high and mighty princess of Nanzhao. But she really loved Brother Jingli. Even if she didn't have the identity of a princess, she would always be with Brother Jingli. Brother Jingli, look at her. Enough. Xixia, you guys go out first. I'm tired, Mo Jingli said impatiently. Although the two girls were usually not easy to deal with, they were still obedient to Mo Jingli's words. Seeing that his face had darkened, she could only silently get up and leave with a face full of reluctance. Leah. The room was quiet for a while before consort Xian Zhao walked in. Mo Jingli hurriedly wanted to get up, but Xian Zhao Dowager Consort was one step ahead of him and pressed his shoulder to sit down by the bed. She frowned and said, How could you be so careless? Mo Jingli said in a low voice, This child has made Mu Fei worry. Xian Zhao Dowager Consort still stared at him and asked, How could you fall into the water without any reason? She was still on the boat of the Prince Ding mansion. How many times has Lady Mother told you not to provoke that Yili? Tell Mu Fei, was it Yili who caused you to fall into the lake? Mo Jingli's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he said, I accidentally fell down. Accidentally? What time is it now, and you're still not careful? Xian Zhao Dowager Consort reprimanded in dissatisfaction. Mu Fei won't ask you what happened this time. But, from now on, stay away from the people of the Prince Ding mansion. You're also not allowed to provoke Prince Ding. Do you understand? Mo Jingli disdainfully raised his eyebrows and said, Mu Fei, you and Mu Hu are placing too much importance on Mo Xiaoyao. Looking at his disdainful expression, Xian Zhao Dowager Consort sighed and said, You've been fighting with Prince Ding since you were young. Mu Fei knows that you don't put him in your eyes. But you have to remember clearly, you can ignore Mo Xiaoyao, but you definitely can't ignore the Ding King's residence. Ding Mansion and Su family. We can't rope them in or offend them. So, Mu Fei will not ask about today's matter. Even if you really suffered a loss, you have to swallow it for me. Mo Jingli was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, I've made Mu Fei worry. This child knows. Xian Zhao Dowager Consort nodded and looked at Mo Jingli and said softly, Mu Fei knows that you're a good child. Sometimes, you can't do everything according to your own preferences. When you get everything, want to be up to you to decide what you want to do. Before that happens, you have to be patient. Many thanks for Mu Fei's teachings. This child understands. Mo Jingli respectfully nodded. The clothes that Yili spent a lot of time making were given to Mo Xiaoyao as a gift on his birthday. Of course, due to her bad impression of Beauty's Lake and the fact that Mo Xiaoyao might have another sweetheart, Yili did not accept Hua Tianxiang's suggestion to invite Mo Xiaoyao to tour the lake. Although she was more curious about where Mo Xiaoyao found a sweetheart who didn't leave the house all year round. Since he had a sweetheart, why did he marry her? Or did he have a sweetheart after marrying her? No matter which thought it was, it made her very unhappy. Because she didn't know which was more unlucky than being married in as a shield or having her husband cheat on her less than a month after marriage. Therefore, all the servants in the Prince Ding mansion didn't understand why the relationship between their prince and princess seemed to slowly return to the situation of the first few days of their marriage. It should be said that Princess was distancing herself from the prince. Did they have a fight? But looking at how the two were still interacting calmly, it didn't seem like they had a fight. Mo Xiaoyao naturally knew that Yi Li was unobtrusively distancing herself from him. It shouldn't be said that she was distancing herself. She was unobtrusively returning their relationship to its initial state. But it clearly wasn't very successful, because not only did Mo Xiaoyao discover it, even Yili's mama and the usually busy son mama discovered it. But Mo Xiaoyao couldn't figure out the reason for this. It seemed that it started from the afternoon when Yang Qianru came to send the birthday gift. Alone in the study, Mo Xiaoyao silently pondered. He didn't think that Yili was angry because of Yang Qianru. Not only did they know that Yang Qianru was nothing, but with Yi Li's personality, she wouldn't be angry because of such a woman. Then it was because of their conversation. Mo Xiaoyao held the book, but didn't read it. Instead, he silently recalled every word of the conversation that day. When Mo Xiaoyao was lost in thought in the study, Yili had already changed into men's clothes with Qing Wan and Qing Shuang and left the Fu. Princess Ding's identity was destined to attract attention wherever she went, so Yili couldn't help but learn how to disguise herself. Fortunately, Yili's disguise was very good. Of course, it wasn't the kind of human skin mask. She just slightly modified the skin color, eyebrows, and other details such as the Adam's apple and ear holes. Then, a handsome youth with a slightly dull complexion came out. In addition, Yi Li's temperament was different from the women of this era. If not familiar people, it would be difficult to recognize her if they didn't look carefully. Thus, under the surprised expressions of Qing Wan and Qing Xia, Yili was satisfied and left the two of them in the treasure pavilion to settle the score. Waving a folding fan that she casually grabbed, she swaggered out the door. The two shadow guards who followed Yili secretly worried for their prince. What kind of princess did the prince marry? If they didn't stare at the room that the princess went in and saw the handsome youth come out, they wouldn't dare to leave. In order to be careful, they went in to take a look. They almost lost the princess. They were the most senior shadow guards in the Ding King's residence. If they lost the princess, How could they still have the face to stay in the Shadow Guard? They would directly return to the barracks and train. But looking at the elegant young master walking leisurely in front, Asan, does he look like a woman? Chapter 138. She couldn't tell at all, shall see. Ever since she was able to practice martial arts without any restrictions, Yili felt that she didn't like her previous life more and more. After all, she was still pretending. She never had the temperament of a noble lady. Of course, she definitely wasn't lively and active, but she still needed to satisfy the normal human preferences for entertainment and leisure. As for Imo Xiaoyao's problem, she threw it to the back of her mind after thinking about it for 2 or 3 days. If Imo Xiaoyao really had a sweetheart and decided to peacefully break up with her, she could accept it. In any case, she had money. She believed that Imo Xiaoyao wouldn't be stingy about the issue of alimony. But in this way, the matter of cultivating feelings and having children in the future would have to be put aside. She didn't have the hobby of having children with other people when she knew that they already had someone else in their heart. Therefore, Yili, who thought that she didn't need to cultivate feelings, decided to go out more when she had more free time. A married woman didn't need to be locked up at home every day. Asan, where is Wang Fei going? In the dark, Shadow Guard 4, who was silently following her, asked in a low voice. How would I know? Wang Fei seems to want to leave the city. Shadow Guard 3 replied. The prince and Wang Fei seem to be at odds. Wang Fei isn't planning to run away from home, right? Shadow Guard 4 suddenly remembered that when they changed shifts yesterday, 1 and 2 seemed to have mentioned that the relationship between the prince and Wang Fei was a bit strange these days. This shouldn't be. Shadow Guard 3 hesitated. How about I follow Wang Fei and you go back and report to the prince? If Wang Fei really leaves home, can you stop her? What if you lose her? Although they hadn't personally tested Wang Fei's strength, it was definitely different from those flowery martial arts. This already lost her. Shadow Guard 3 exclaimed. They had just left the city. How did Wang Fei disappear? Was it because they were too absorbed in their conversation? What are you talking about? Hurry up and find her. 2 shadow guards came out from the shadows and looked around for the princess's whereabouts. Although they didn't dare to get too close, they weren't too far away either. Wang Fei couldn't have gone too far in such a short time. Yili sat on the tree trunk and looked at the 2 shadow guards chattering below. They were good at hiding their tracks, but their personalities were a little off the charts. Hey, don't you ever look up? The 2 shadow guards passing by looked at the handsome young man sitting on the tree with embarrassed faces. That was because there had never been a princess consort who knew how to climb trees in the Princeton mansion. Also, we walked around the tree for a long time, but we didn't even hear a breath. Princess consort. The 2 shadow guards wept silently. They had already decided that they would report to the commander when they returned today. They were not fit to be shadow guards. They had to train themselves from scratch. Yili nimbly jumped down from the tree and landed in front of them. Thank you for your hard work. Your subordinate doesn't dare. I didn't plan on running away from home. Yili smiled as she looked at the 2 shadow guards with nervous expressions. The Shadow Guard 3 released a breath and carefully asked, Then, Wang Fei, why did you leave the city? I just wanted to see how long you could follow me. Yili smiled slightly and nodded in praise. Overall, it's not bad, but if I could control your eyes, it would be better. I just came out of the treasure storage pavilion, and your eyes made it impossible for me to pretend I didn't know. Many thanks for Wang Fei's teachings. They had been discovered in less than a li. Was this praise? Yili looked happily at the depressed shadow guards in front of her and said, You can follow me, but you won't tell anyone else what I do every day, right? The 2 shadow guards were overjoyed. Many thanks, Wang Fei. Ever since the first day of the prince and Wang Fei's wedding, the 2 of us and the other 2 have been Wang Fei's shadow guards. Unless Wang Fei's life is in danger, we won't reveal anything about Wang Fei to anyone else, including the prince. Shadow Guard 4 explained. Yili nodded. Imo Xiaoyao had told her about the shadow guards and the Ding Wang Fu. She had confirmed in these days that these people had not told anything about her to Mo Xiaoyao. But it didn't matter if they said it, because what she would let them see was not a secret. Perfect, this young master needs a few coolies. Come with me. Shadow Guard 4 looked at each other. They had said that they were shadow guards, right? On this day, the title of Princess Consort of Dingwa finally transcended the word woman. Wang Fei knew how to ride a horse. That was nothing. Most of the women in Xiling and the northern tribes knew how to ride a horse. Wang Fei knew martial arts? That was also nothing. They already knew about it in the Fu. But who could tell them why Wang Fei would bring 2 people to charge into the bandit stronghold? All right, there were no bandits here now. The night that Wang Fei had been kidnapped, Feng San Gongzi had led the Black Cloud Cavalry to clean up this bandit stronghold called Black Cloud Peak. The brothers of the Black Cloud Cavalry were very depressed. The blind bandits dared to call it Black Cloud Peak and dared to provoke the prince. Wasn't this smearing the name of the Black Cloud Cavalry? They watched as Yili rode a horse over 100 li and then walked up the mountain. She didn't look tired at all. Shadow Guard 3 and 4 who had become Light Guard were very depressed. Yili turned back and looked at the 2 in confusion. She raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you walking? Tired? The 2 shook their heads like rattles. Shadow Guard 3 gathered his courage to ask, Wang Fei, what are we doing here? Yili turned back and smiled at the 2, climbing the mountain, taking a walk, going on an outing, relaxing. Killing you 2 to sell? Wang Fei, Shadow Guard 3 and 4 had been to Black Cloud Peak before, but when they went up the mountain, they found that this place was completely different from the last time they came. The original stronghold on the mountain was not damaged. Instead, the traps that had been set to go up the mountain had been removed. The path up the mountain was much easier. Even though this wasn't much for people with strong martial arts like them, it was a big difference for normal people. And there were people living in the stronghold. They could see the smoke from cooking in the distance. Wang Fei didn't want to become a bandit, right? Or was there another group of bandits in Black Cloud Peak, and Wang Fei wanted to bring the 2 of them to suppress the bandits? The 3 had just approached the stronghold when there was the sound of dogs barking. A while later, a spirited old man in his 60s came forward with a few elders and children. When he saw Yili, he came forward with a smile. Chu Gongzi. Yili nodded. Elder Wang, how about coming in? The old man leaned on his walking stick and nodded, saying, This old man is very well. It is all thanks to Gongzi's care. Gongzi, please come in. Yili invited the old man to go first. Walking in front of the old man, she asked as she walked, I can't come here often. Is Elder Wang happy here? The old man said, This place is not far from the capital. Everything is good. We've been carrying out young master's orders according to young master. Does Gongzi want to go take a look first? Ah, it is almost time for lunch. Gongzi must have not eaten since you came from so far away. If you don't mind the shabby conditions in the stronghold, why don't you eat first? Yili had come out in the morning and had not eaten lunch. She nodded in agreement. The old man happily ordered people to prepare lunch and personally invited Yili to a simple but clean room to rest. Chapter 139. Wang Fei, why is this place? When the old man left, Shadow Guard 3 couldn't wait to ask, but he couldn't figure out what to ask. Yili sat leisurely in the chair and said, You want to ask about this place? After I came here last time, I felt that this place was very good, so I thought a way to buy it. This place was not far from Jing, and it was not a desolate place. These mountains and forests naturally had owners, but because of the bandits, normal people did not dare to care. Shadow Guard 4 said in puzzlement, Why does Wang Fei want to buy this mountain? This place doesn't have any value. No matter if it was the trees or the plants on a mountain, they did not have high value. Also, this mountain did not look like it had any gold or silver mines. Yili blinked her eyes. I didn't plan to have any additional value in the first place. This is just an ordinary mountain. It's just a farm and a few more families at the foot of the mountain. Foot of the mountain, Shadow Guard 3 remembered that there was a large farm not far from the foot of the mountain. The Shadow Guards are not idiots. They knew that even if the farm at the foot of the mountain was Wang Fei's, Wang Fei still cared about something on the mountain. Otherwise, she would not have specially climbed up the mountain. Two pairs of eyes silently looked at the handsome youth in front of them. Yili helplessly closed the fan she was pretending to be elegant and said, "All right, I'll take you to see it after lunch. I don't believe that you know how to follow the work ethic of a shadow guard. If you don't know, this master will personally teach you until you understand." Shadow Guard 3 couldn't help but shiver and instinctively replied, "This subordinate understands." After eating a simple lunch, Yili thanked the old man and took the two shadow guards to the back of the mountain. Not long after, Shadow Guard 3 and 4 finally understood why Wang Fei had told them that she needed manual labor. Climbing down the cliff of the back of the mountain, there was a very large valley. The valley was filled with tall trees. Even though it was daytime, they could hear the howls of wolves in the distance. How could there be a place like this near Jing? Yili led them around the gloomy forest for a while, and finally found a group of people who were busy. These people were busy building some simple and crude houses, as well as some things that they had seen in the Manor's martial arts field, and many more things that they did not understand. What puzzled them the most was that they had been following Wang Fei for the past few days, but they had not seen Wang Fei do anything at all. What was going on here? The person who came forward to greet them was a burly man in his 30s. When he saw Yili, he immediately came forward to greet her. "Master Chu." Yili nodded and said, "How's it going?" The burly man's face was full of a straightforward smile as he said, "Young master, don't worry. We won't dare to make a single mistake. Everything was done according to your instructions. What do you think?" Yili nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "I've already seen it. You've done very well." The burly man scratched his head and said with a smile, "Even though we don't know what these things are for, Master Chu has been kind to us and has given us work to do. We will definitely do well for you." Yili smiled and said, "No need to be polite. You're also earning money with your own strength. Today, I brought new blueprints. Take a look and see if there's anything you don't understand. You can talk about it in detail." Yili took out a thick stack of blueprints and handed it to him. The burly man opened it and looked over it. He said with a smile, "Young master has drawn it well. I'll take it to the masters to see. Does young master want to go together? I'll take a look first. I'll go after they're done." That man took the blueprints and left in high spirits. Yili looked at the two people with dull expressions and said, "You can ask what you want to ask." And C looked around and said, "Princess, is Princess building a martial arts field?" There were a lot of things that were similar to the Fu. Yili nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "You have good eyes. You can say that I'm building a fun game field." "Princess, your hobbies are really special. How did Princess find this place?" And San asked, I asked someone if there were any hidden and fun places near the capital. He recommended this place. I've been here once and felt that it was a pretty good place." And San frowned. He looked up and said, "It's easy for people to break in here, right? They had just come down from the cliff. And last time, the Tiani Pavilion Master had escaped from below. This meant that there was more than one way in and out." Yili said with a smile, "If you're talking about the way out from below, I've already blocked it. If you want to go out or come in from this forest, I've already checked. The edge of this forest is 50 li or even farther. There's an even deeper cliff below, and there are swamps in the forest, all kinds of poisonous plants, birds, and beasts. Don't you see the snake repellent everywhere around here? It was simply a hunting ground blessed by the heavens. It really isn't easy to find a place like this near the capital. If you plan on coming down from above like we did, when this place is fixed, the way up will also disappear. And if you're not afraid of death, you can try using Qigong to jump down." And San and Nc unconsciously leaned closer to the other. Hearing Princess tone, the consequences of jumping down from above might be more serious than charging in from the forest. Princess building a place like this, for what? And San swallowed and asked with some difficulty. Yili smiled and said, "Didn't I say it already? It's just for fun. The conditions in the Fu are limited, it's too boring. After it's fixed, you can come here and stroll around when you feel bored. Your mood will definitely be better. And San and Nsi's faces were filled with terror. They should have known that Princess with such special interests was definitely not a normal person. Everyone in the capital had been deceived by Princess. Even if the old prince came back to life, he would also be scared by such a fierce wife, right? Looking at the surrounding layout with satisfaction, Yi Li's smiling eyes dimmed. The days wouldn't be so peaceful forever, so she couldn't really act as if she didn't know anything and be a carefree princess consort of Dinghua. Eldest brother went to Nanjiang, third brother went to the military camp. If it wasn't for the unavoidable crisis in the future, eldest uncle wouldn't let eldest brother meddle in the affairs of the court. Qing Chunggongzi's reputation was too great, and the Su family didn't need any more reputation. Then, before things happened, she had to make her own preparations so that she could protect her family in the future in her own way. Nsan told their partner Nsan with Yi Li's permission about what happened at Black Cloud Peak. Yi Li didn't mention whether or not they could tell Mo Xiuyao about this. But after Shadow Guard 1, 2, 3, for consider the issue of professional ethics that Princess Consort mentioned, they decided to be a Shadow Guard that abided by professional ethics. It had to be known that being abandoned by their master was the disgrace of being a Shadow Guard. From a moment they became the Shadow Guard for the Princess Consort, their first and only loyalty was to the Princess Consort, not to the prince. Yi Li was very satisfied with these Shadow Guard with professional ethics. After all, it wasn't easy to find people with such strong martial arts, outstanding abilities, and trustworthy people. She also didn't want to waste time finding more guards. Chapter 140. Yi Li contentedly went to Black Cloud Peak about twice a month. Of course, she went there in disguise. The people on Black Cloud Peak and the people on the mountain all called her Master Chu Junwei. Sometimes she would bring Dark 1 and Dark 2, and sometimes she would bring Dark 3 and Dark 4. The four of them were clearly very interested in the strange martial arts field that was under construction. Occasionally, they would fight in order to be able to go with Yi Li. And Mo Xiuyao obviously knew that Yi Li often went out, but he didn't ask where Yi Li went. Yi Li was very grateful for his tolerance. Occasionally, when she went shopping with Hua Tianxiang and the others, she would remember to bring back some good snacks for him. However, the relationship between the two seemed to have become more distant as Yi Li was busy. Occasionally, when she saw the disapproving eyes of Wei Mama and Lin Mama, Yi Li would feel a little guilty. However, this guilt was quickly put aside, because she was very busy, very busy. Not only did she have to take care of the affairs of the Wang Fu, she also had to take care of her dowry. The dowry shops were still being operated as they were on the surface, but Yi Li secretly took out almost all of the money from the dowry, including the money sent by Han Mingwei, to buy some properties. This included the 2 residences and 3 shops that were bought in the name of Chu Junwei, as well as the 2 shops in the capital. Su Qingze had personally arranged for people to take care of these things. Although Su Qingze didn't understand what she wanted to do, he didn't ask anything and did as he was told. In less than half a month, the deeds to the residences and shops were sent to her. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Li seemed to be a perfect princess consort. Every day, she handled the affairs of the Wang Fu in an orderly manner, and from time to time, she would attend all kinds of gatherings between the nobles in the capital. However, they didn't know that Yi Li was secretly gathering all kinds of information and finding some useful clues. Therefore, the scheming between the emperor and the empress dowager, the power struggles between the officials in court, and the secret gossip between the nobles, Yi Li coldly watched as they slowly flowed past her eyes. She also gained a deeper understanding of the disputes in the capital and the situation in the imperial court. Your Highness, Wang Fei, Prince fainted. Yi Li was sitting in the accounting room, lost in thought while looking at the account books. Qing Xia rushed in and shouted in a panic. Yi Li was shocked. She immediately stood up and asked, "What's going on?" Qing Xia, who had always been calm, was clearly frightened. She said with a sobbing voice, "Just now, Prince went back to his room and asked where Princess Consort went. The servants said that Wang Fei was in the accounting room." Before Prince could say anything, Prince suddenly vomited a lot of blood, and then he fainted. Yi Li's heart trembled. She threw down the brush in her hand and walked out. As she walked, she asked, "Has a doctor been called?" Qing Xia said, A Jing and Qing Wan have both gone. Qing knows a bit of medicine. She and Qing Shuang stayed in the room to take care of Prince. Without waiting for Qing Xia to finish, Yi Li's figure had already quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Returning to the yard, the Yahuan in the yard were clearly frightened. When they saw Yi Li, they even forgot to go forward and bow. Yi Li stepped into the room. Turning around the screen, she saw Mo Xiaoyao lying on the bed. His face was as white as paper, and his lips were still stained with dark red blood. "Your Highness." Qing Yu, who had been taking Mo Xiaoyao's pulse, stood up and said in a low voice, "How is he?" Qing Yu said somewhat worriedly. Prince had once suffered a very serious injury. It seems that he did not properly nurse himself, so his body is actually very weak. Suddenly vomiting blood is also due to exhaustion. But if he vomited too much blood, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous for Prince. Following Qing Yu's gaze, not far from the bed, there was a large patch of blood that had not completely dried up. It was incomparably dazzling. That huge amount of blood almost made Yi Li frightened. "Now, is he all right?" Qing Yu shook her head and said, "This servant specializes in medicine and poison. Towards Prince's situation, this servant is truly helpless. But for the time being, there shouldn't be any problems." Yi Li took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "I know. Go see if the doctor has come. Also, ask Chief Steward Mo to come over." Qing Yu and Qing Shuang complied and left. Yi Li sat by the bed and silently looked at the person lying on the bed. She had always heard others say that Prince Ding's body was crippled and that he was plagued with a serious illness. But from the first time Yi Li saw Mo Xiaoyao, he had always been very healthy. Even when it was autumn and she had caught a cold for 2 days, she had not heard him cough once. So Yi Li had long forgotten about this serious illness. She only treated it as a false rumor spread by people outside. In these past few months, they seemed to meet every day. But only now did Yi Li discover that Mo Xiaoyao seemed to be much thinner and more haggard than before. At this time, the faint dark green shadow under his closed eyelids was clearly visible. Yi Li was in a daze when she felt the unconscious person on the bed move slightly. She hurriedly raised her head to look, just in time to see Mo Xiaoyao slowly open his eyes. For eyes met. For a moment, Yi Li only felt speechless. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "Li, what's wrong?" After a while, Yi Li looked at him and said, "You just vomited blood." Mo Xiaoyao was stunned. He smiled and said, "I've been a little tired these past 2 days. It's nothing serious." "It's nothing serious?" Yi Li only felt a wave of anger rush from the bottom of her heart to her brain. "It's nothing serious, even if you vomited blood. What's there to worry about? How much blood do you think you have to waste?" Mo Xiaoyao seemed to be happy to see Yi Li angry. The light in his eyes became brighter and gentler. "It's really nothing serious. I'm used to it. It's going to be winter soon. As long as you rest well, nothing will happen. Li, believe me. I'd be a pig if I believed you." Yi Li glanced at him unhappily. At the same time, she was shocked by his words. Used to it? How could she get used to vomiting blood like that? "You rest first. We'll talk about it when the doctor comes." After a while, Ajin and Qing Wan rushed in with a doctor. It was still the old doctor in Wiyue Nunnery last time. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao, who had woken up on the bed, the old doctor waved away Qing Wan and Ajin's hands and said slowly, "I've said that nothing will happen. You young people are too immature." Yi Li stood up and gave up her position to the old doctor so that he could feel her pulse. The old doctor stepped forward to feel her pulse. He frowned and stroked his beard. Yi Li asked, "Doctor, how is it?" The old doctor shook his head and said, "It's nothing. But Prince better be careful. It's fine this time. It doesn't mean that it will be fine next time." Yi Li frowned and said, "If I remember correctly, last time the doctor said that Prince's health was very good." The old doctor raised his gray eyebrows and said, "I didn't say anything wrong. At that time, Prince's health was indeed very good, but now it's obviously very bad. Yili looked at him speechlessly. Was there anyone who was healthy at the same time and weak at the same time every year? The old doctor continued. Prince's body can't stand the cold. As long as winter comes, he has to be careful. But it shouldn't be so serious now. This time, how long has it been since Prince took medicine? How long has it been since he rested? Chapter 141. Under Yi Li's glare, Emo Xiaoyao helplessly smiled bitterly. Your medicine doesn't seem to have any effect. Emo Xiaoyao lightly said as he took out a small bottle of medicine from his sleeve. The old doctor frowned as he took the medicine from Emo Xiaoyao's hand and opened it to check. He said, That's impossible. It hasn't even been 2 months since it was made. How could it lose its effect? Yili said, Doctor, I think Prince means that your medicine doesn't have any effect on his body. The old doctor's face sank. He once again took Emo Xiaoyao's hand to check his pulse, but this time it was clearly longer. After a while, the old doctor put down his hand and said with a frown, I'll first write a prescription for Prince to use. There shouldn't be any problems for now. I need to go back and study the prescription first. Yili also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. She could only nod and say, Then I'll have to trouble doctor. The old doctor nodded and looked at Yili. This old man will say it again. With Prince's condition, he definitely can't overwork himself. The closer it is to winter, the more careful he needs to be. If he didn't do anything these past few years, then his condition wouldn't be so serious right now. Yili nodded and said seriously, I understand. Doctor, please don't worry. She had someone follow the old doctor to get the medicine. After Yili settled Emo Xiaoyao down, she was about to get up when someone pulled her from behind. Yili turned her head to look at the man on the bed who was calmly looking at her. Her gaze fell on his somewhat pale and thin hand. Her heart couldn't help but twitch. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Emo Xiaoyao shook his head and said with a faint smile, Is Li very busy? It's fine. There were some things in the study that needed to be taken care of, but it wasn't anything urgent. She was just used to taking care of things in her hands. Then, can Li stay with me for a while? Emo Xiaoyao said softly. He looked at Yi Li with a gentle gaze, but Yi Li couldn't bring herself to reject him. Silently returning to the bedside, the smile in her eyes deepened as she looked at the man lying on the bed. Yi Li glanced at the dark red stains on the floor that had not been cleaned up in time and asked worriedly, Don't you want to sleep for a while? Emo Xiaoyao shook his head and said indifferently, It's a bit cold. I can't sleep. Yili remembered that people who had lost a lot of blood would indeed feel very cold. Perhaps people who had vomited blood would also feel the same. She unconsciously reached out to pull up the blanket for him and asked, Do you need charcoal? It was just the beginning of winter, so it wasn't too cold. However, many people had already lit charcoal fires in their houses. Many noble families had prepared large amounts of silver charcoal. Because Yili's body was very good, after Lady Su had passed away, no one had used charcoal in the winter. Since they didn't have any charcoal fires in their rooms, she hadn't noticed this problem. After all, Emo Xiaoyao's internal energy was much stronger than hers. Emo Xiaoyao shook his head helplessly. I can't smell the smoke from charcoal fires. Although the special silver charcoal is said to be odorless and smokeless. But, Li, do you understand now? Once winter comes, I really am a cripple. As he said this, Emo Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with bitterness and sorrow. Yili got up and took out another blanket from the cupboard to cover Emo Xiaoyao's body. She then asked with a frown, What kind of injury did you suffer? Why is it so strange? Normally, when both legs were crippled, even if they were amputated, they would only have occasional hallucinations and pain. However, Emo Xiaoyao couldn't stand the cold. Once winter came, his body would become weak. It definitely had nothing to do with his legs. Also, he couldn't breathe and smoke. It should be a problem with his respiratory system or lungs. Emo Xiaoyao said, I don't know what kind of injury I suffered. When I woke up, it was already more than a month later. My body was already like this. Mo Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent, as if he was just stating a fact. However, Yili had seen this kind of expression many times. Many of his comrades who had been seriously injured on the battlefield would have this kind of indifferent expression after they woke up and calmed down from their madness. However, it was even more heartbreaking than when they were shouting crazily. Yili didn't know what kind of expression Mo Xiaoyao would have when he woke up and found himself like this. However, his current calm expression made her feel very uncomfortable. All right, then, according to the doctor's instructions, I'll have to trouble Prince to rest more. I heard that Prince has been spending an average of 14 hours in the study room. Every day? Yili raised her eyebrows. Mo Xiaoyao stared blankly and sighed softly. I will pay attention, but now wasn't the time to rest. In this half a year, the situation in the imperial court had become more and more strange. Ding King's residence seemed to be outside the imperial court, but if they weren't careful, they would fall into the abyss. As for him, as Prince Ding, he was duty-bound to shoulder some responsibilities. Yili glanced at him with a dangerous gaze and said indifferently, "Is there anything that you can do that I can't? Even so, wait until you really can't handle it. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, Your Highness Prince Ding. No matter how much effort you put in, if you take 99 steps and die at the last step, then it will still be considered a failure. So, before you take the 99 steps, it's best that you consider whether you have a life to take the 100th step." Mo Xiaoyao was silent for a while before he looked at Yi Li and smiled. Li Li is right. Then, I'll have to trouble Li Li in the future. I thought I was the Ding King's consort. Yi Li said calmly. Mo Xiaoyao said softly, "Of course, you will always be my king's consort." As a result, Yili became even busier. Not only did she have to deal with the king's residence's internal affairs, she also had to deal with the external affairs. With Mo Xiaoyao's guidance, Yili quickly got the hang of it. Yili's swift and decisive style gradually made the stewards in the residence admire her. Chief Steward Mo, Nurse Sun, and the other elders looked at Yi Li with more gratification and respect in their eyes. Chief Steward Mo, Nurse Sun, and the other elders looked at Yi Li with more gratification and respect in their eyes. In order to prevent Mo Xiaoyao from feeling bored while resting in bed, other than meeting with some stewards, Yi Li moved all the other matters from the study to their room. While dealing with matters, she could chat with Mo Xiaoyao and ask any questions at any time. Mo Xiaoyao was surprised to find that his king's consort was like an endless book. He could never guess how many things she knew and where her limits were. If it was another person like this that appeared by his side, Mo Xiaoyao would definitely feel threatened and use all kinds of methods to test and even eliminate them. But facing the woman in front of him who was holding a pen and writing at a high speed while still diverting her attention to chat with him with a smile, he only felt as if there was a faint flame in his cold heart. Although she was smiling, it made people who felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow feel inexplicably warm and comfortable. He only wanted to indulge her in doing what she wanted to do and quietly watch her occasionally reveal a faint smile. He knew that there would be a day when she would blossom and amaze the world. A bright pearl would not be covered in dust forever. There would be a day when she would soar into the heavens. And at that time, he might not be here anymore. Ordinary people would not be able to understand the pain of Prince's poison acting up if they did not personally experience it. Why is he fine in the summer? Yili asked. Doctor, he shook his head. It's not that he's fine in the summer. It's just that it's much easier. This is because Prince's body is suffering from a type of cold poison. The summer weather is warm, and with the medicine that I prepared to restrain the cold poison, as long as he takes it on time, he will be no different from a normal person. But when the weather is cold, the cold poison will wreak havoc. Prince's blood vessels will seem to freeze. In the first 2 years, when it was the worst, he would even fall into a deep sleep. The past few years have been under control, but this year, is it a problem with the weather? Yili paused for a moment before nodding. I understand. Doctor, please consider the prescription again. Also, what's the antidote for the cold poison? Doctor, he shook his head. There's no antidote at the moment. Prince's cold poison was caused by the northern tribes at the border. At that time, we invited the divine Dr. Shinyang to treat the prince. The cold poison was born on a snowy peak at the border between the northern tribes and Xiling. It could be said that it was a kind of cold liquid in the coldest place in the world. It's said to grow in a cold pond at the peak of the snowy mountain. That cold pond is bone-chilling. No matter if it's man or beast, there's no chance of survival. But there's a flower called Raging Fire Lotus growing in the cold pond. Only its lotus seed can restrain the cold poison in Prince's body. Before Doctor he finished speaking, Chief Steward Mo continued, but that Raging Fire Lotus blooms once every 10 years and bears fruit once every 15 years. 6 years ago, the Black Cloud Cavalry sent people to wait at the foot of the mountain. Unfortunately, it'll take at least 2 more years for the lotus seed to mature. Chief Steward Mo didn't say that even if they obtained the lotus seed at that time, the Black Cloud Cavalry would have to pay a terrible price to return to the Dechu state through Xiling. But no matter what price they had to pay, the Black Cloud Cavalry would definitely obtain the Raging Fire Lotus and successfully return it to the Dechu state, even if they had to sacrifice the lives of the entire Black Cloud Cavalry. That divine Dr. Shin doesn't have any other methods? Yili asked with a frown. She had heard of divine Dr. Shun Yang's reputation when she was still in her boudoir. He was indeed a divine doctor that even the emperor might not be able to invite. Doctor, he said, divine Dr. Shun heard a year ago that the Eastern Sea Island country has a medicinal herb called Phoenix's Tail. It has miraculous effects on cold poison. At the beginning of this year, he brought people out to sea. I'm afraid he won't be back until the end of December at the earliest. Yili nodded and said, I understand. Then I'll have to trouble Dr. He. Dr. He stood up and bid farewell. Chief Steward Mo remained in the main hall. He looked at Yili with a frown. His mood was very gloomy. Princess. Yili raised her head and saw Chief Steward Mo's serious but worried face. She sighed and said, Chief Steward Mo, it's been hard on you these years. Chief Steward Mo shook his head in fear and said, What is Princess saying? This old servant only hates that I can't replace the prince to suffer this pain. Back then, the prince, seeing the little master who was in high spirits back then become like this, how could Chief Steward Mo feel good? But he was more worried about this young princess now. In the past half a year, the princess's performance had already exceeded everyone's expectations. The people in the Ding King's residence also sincerely admired this new mistress. The princess of the Ding King's residence didn't need to be a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, didn't need to be overflowing with talent, and didn't even need to be extravagant. She only needed to be strong enough. But no matter how strong a woman was, she wouldn't be able to withstand the current situation. This was also the reason why the prince had always hidden his physical condition from him. As servants, they had never mentioned it in front of the princess. Yili stood up and smiled faintly. Chief Steward Mo doesn't need to be too worried. As long as the person is still alive, there will be a way. Later on, Chief Steward Mo can help me find some people who are proficient in construction. I have a use for them. Chief Steward Mo looked at Yi Li's figure as she slowly walked away. His dim eyes couldn't help but light up. This princess might really be different. This old servant understands. When Yili returned to the room, Mo Xiaoyao had already woken up. The moment she entered the room, Yili clearly saw that Mo Xiaoyao's left hand that was clenched tightly outside the blanket was trembling and spasming. But when he saw Yili enter the room, he relaxed and then withdrew back into the blanket as if nothing had happened. Yili knew that he was enduring the pain. Her heart couldn't help but waver when she ordered Dr. He to remove the painkillers. But when she saw Mo Xiaoyao's gentle but firm gaze, Yili suppressed the hesitation in her heart. Mo Xiaoyao definitely wouldn't like himself to become a person who had to rely on some kind of medicine to survive. Chapter 143. Lily, you're back. Yili sat by the bed. You can scream if it hurts. Emo, Xiaoyao smiled. Won't it hurt if I scream? Don't worry, it's just a little bit of pain. It's just that it's a bit annoying to lie in bed all day because I can't get up. I won't laugh at you, Yili said. Emo Xiaoyao looked at her quietly. After a long time, he asked in a low voice, Lili, can I hug you? Yili was startled. She bent down and hugged Emo Xiaoyao along with the blanket. She smiled and said, You can't catch a cold right now. Just put up with it. Emo Xiaoyao let out a low laugh. After a while, he stopped and said in a low voice, Actually, the pain is still bearable. But that cold feeling, it's like falling into a cold pond full of ice water, and it's a feeling that you'll never be able to climb out of. I've gotten used to the pain for a long time, but I can't get used to that cold feeling. Sometimes, I even feel that it's okay if it hurts a little. I'm afraid that one day, I won't even feel the pain anymore. All that's left is that cold feeling. If that's the case, Lili, I really don't know if I'll be able to hold on. That won't happen. Yili hugged him and said softly, Didn't divine Dr. Shin go to the East Sea to look for phoenix tail grass? In another 2 years, the raging fire lotus will bear seeds. At that time, the cold poison will be cured and everything will be fine. You've been able to hold on until now. What's 2 more years? Emo Xiao nodded and said, Of course I'll wait. Lili, if I don't die, you'll never be able to leave me. Aren't you afraid? Before I married you, I didn't want you to die early so that I could receive your inheritance. Yili said lightly, I definitely won't die, Lili. Emo Xiaoyao reached out and wrapped an arm around Yili's slender waist. Yili was stunned. She pulled his hand down and stuffed it back into the quilt expressionlessly. Don't mess around if you can't stand the cold. She seemed to have made a promise just now, but she didn't seem to have said anything. Yili pondered silently. Once it was winter, the Ding King's residents rejected all the invitations and gatherings, including the palace banquet. The reason was the same as usual. Prince Ding was seriously ill. The hearts of the people who had been stirred up by the sighting of Prince Ding during the summer gradually calmed down. After the imperial physicians in the palace went back and forth a few times to no avail, other than the continuous flow of various tonics and medicinal herbs from the palace into the Ding King's manor, no one else came to disturb them. The Ding King's residence seemed to have regained its silence from the past 2 years. Of course, it wasn't that there were no visitors at all. For example, Feng Jiao was one of them. Third young Master Feng, the princess consort, and the prince have invited you to the side chamber. Feng Jiao, who was waiting in the study, raised his eyebrows and asked in puzzlement, Yao is ill again? But isn't he staying with the princess consort? Why did he move to the side chamber? A faint smile appeared on Director Mo's stern face. Many thanks for young Master Feng's concern. The prince is fine these few days. A few days ago, the prince and the princess consort moved to the side chamber. Feng Jiao's face was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. It's good to have a large manor. If you want to live in the main hall, you can live in the main hall. If you want to live in the side chamber, you can live in the side chamber. If you're tired of living in the side chamber, you can take turns living in a few courtyards. Director Imo already knew Feng Jiao's temperament and didn't find it strange. He smiled faintly and said, If young Master Feng dislikes the small manor, you can tell the prince. The king's residence has 2 mansions in the capital for young Master Feng to live in. Feng Jiao rolled his eyes. Forget it. When a manor is big, there are so many people and things to do. It's so annoying. Young Master Feng should start a family. Director Imo followed behind Feng Jiao and said, I know. Your prince has married a good princess consort. This young master hasn't played enough. Feng Jiao waved his hand to indicate that the matter of marriage could be discussed in the future. His old man didn't care about this matter, but the elders in the king's residence were rather enthusiastic. It was a pity that he couldn't enjoy it. The side chamber that Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao lived in was a separate building to the south of the main courtyard where the two lived. It was located in the inner garden of the main courtyard. It was only 2 side rooms less than the main hall. It looked more peaceful and elegant. When Feng Jiao stepped into the main hall, He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A gust of warm air hit him in the face. The entire main hall was warm and cozy like it was March or April. Feng Jiao knew about Mo Xiaoyao's physical condition. He also knew that as long as Mo Xiaoyao could appear in the Princeton mansion, they definitely wouldn't burn charcoal in the winter. But here, Director Mo followed behind and said, "Young Master Feng, the prince and princess consort are waiting for you in the small study." Feng Jiao couldn't help but turn around and ask, "How many study rooms does your king's residence have?" Director Mo replied seriously, "The outer courtyard and inner courtyard each have a library and study room. In the main courtyard, the prince and princess consort each have a study room. The study room in this side chamber was set up temporarily. This young master hates study rooms and hates discussing matters in study rooms even more." Feng Jiao said. "Then, this subordinate will ask princess consort and prince to come out? Forget it. I don't dare to ask them to come out and see me personally." Feng Jiao waved his hand and swaggered away while fanning himself. When he stepped into the study room and saw the two people sitting in the room playing chess, Feng Jiao felt like he was about to envy Mo Xiaoyao's days. "I say, Prince, it's not right to let others work themselves to death outside while you play chess at home." Feng Jiao lazily leaned against the door and lightly mocked. How could people be mentally balanced in this world? Those who had a hard life had to rush about in the cold wind and rain all day, just like him. Those who had a good life could leisurely sit in a warm study room and play chess, accompanied by beauty, just like Mo Xiaoyao. Yili smiled and glanced at Feng Jiao. Although young Master Feng's coquettish face was filled with displeasure, the smile in his eyes was more genuine than usual. It could be seen that he was not in a bad mood. Mo Xiaoyao put down a piece and then raised his head to look at Feng Jiao, asking, "What is it?" Feng Jiao slowly walked in while fanning himself, saying, "Can I come to see you if there's nothing? Marrying a princess really is different. At this time in the past, you would be lying in bed half dead." Feng Jiao clearly did not mind poking at Mo Xiaoyao's scars. He swaggered to the side and found a place to sit down. He examined the furnishings in the room and said, "A few days ago, Chief Steward Mo had Lung Air find someone skilled in construction. Was it for this side hall? Not bad. It really is not bad. Princess Consort's sister-in-law. Can this little brother also have a set?" Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as the third young Master Feng couldn't figure out what was going on in this warm room. It was fine if he did not understand. It did not prevent him from knowing what it was used for. In the middle of winter, who would have the patience to burn charcoal that was as expensive as silver? It smelled bad, it was inconvenient, it was not as warm. Yili said with a faint smile, "Actually, I don't really understand these things. If young Master Feng is interested, you can go find those craftsmen to discuss it." The ancient craftsman's wisdom was not to be underestimated. She had only drawn a rough design and put forward her own ideas and principles. Those experienced craftsmen had used less than half a month to set up this side hall's water heating system. No wonder people said that there were many lost crafts that even the machines of the 21st century could not make. Feng Jiao's eyes lit up. "They're all Lung Air's people. Many thanks, Princess Consort. This young master will go find him tomorrow." When he had a warm room like this, he would hold a banquet in the Fu. He wanted to see if those arrogant fellows would drool in envy. Prince, did that fellow Lung Air say that we can use this to earn a fortune?" Of course, we will not forget Princess Consort's contributions. Thinking that Yi Li was the original creator of this room, Feng Jiao did not forget to give her a flattering smile. Chapter 144. Mo Xiaoyao held a chess piece and said, "Lung Air calculated that it would cost at least 17,000 taels to make a greenhouse like this. Even if the cost would slowly decrease after it matures, it wouldn't be less than 15,000 taels. If the cost is too high, how many people do you think would be willing to spend this kind of money?" Feng Xiao thought for a moment before shaking his head and saying, there really wouldn't be too many. There were many nobles in the capital and even more rich people. But if the cost of just this side hall was more than 10,000 taels, there wouldn't be many people willing to spend 20 to 30,000 taels to build a greenhouse. If it was just for a profit of 100 to 200,000 taels, there really wasn't a need. At least for now, there was no reason not to. Yili said with a smile. Actually, Master Feng's idea isn't bad. If the cost can be reduced to around 1,000 taels, there's still a market. Feng Xiao was disdainful. What can 1,000 taels make? If it's only around 1,000 taels, then the nobles in the capital, the rich merchants, and even the average well-off merchant would likely choose a greenhouse instead of silver charcoal. Then what if it's the entire Dechu state, or even Shilling northern militants? Yili said with a faint smile. Feng Xiao paused. Seeing that Imo Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of interrupting, he muttered to himself, I'll mention it to Lung Heir later. The Lung Heir you're talking about should be the second young master of the Lung family, Lung Haoyu, right? Yili asked. I don't seem to have heard that second young master Lung is close to Prince. Lung Haoyu was different from Feng Xiao and Imo Xiaoyao, who had grown up together. He was a few years younger than them. When Imo Xiaoyao was in trouble, Lung Haoyu should have only been a 12 or 13-year-old child. Moreover, the Lung family was loyal to the emperor. Feng Xiao nodded and looked strangely at Imo Xiaoyao as he asked, did the prince not mention this to the Wang Fei? Imo Xiaoyao said indifferently, I sent a message to Lung Haoyu to have him come to the Wang Fu. He doesn't seem to be free. Feng Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head and chuckled. 2 days ago, Lung Heir went to drink with prostitutes and was bumped into by his future father-in-law. He was severely beaten up by General Moron. I reckon he still can't leave the house. With Lung Heir's personality, he definitely wouldn't reply to Imo Xiaoyao and say that he was beaten up and couldn't leave the house. Yili was startled and asked in surprise, second young master Lung was beaten up by General Moron? That's right. Wang Fei didn't see it at that time, but General Moron really didn't show any mercy. Poor Lung Haoyu, that kid, was not loved by his parents. Perhaps he was still lying in bed and ignored. Later, this young master should go and see him. Feng Xiao gloated. Yili summoned someone to pour a cup of hot tea for Feng Xiao before asking, since young Master Lung is Prince's friend, is he injured? He's injured. Should we send someone to take a look? Imo Xiaoyao said, just let Feng Xiao go. Without waiting for Feng Xiao to answer, he said to him, when he can go out, let him come over. Feng Xiao knew that Imo Xiaoyao wouldn't let them come to the Wang Fu if there wasn't a proper matter. He immediately put away the lazy smile on his face and nodded. What orders does the prince have? Imo Xiaoyao took the file that Yili handed over and said, this was just sent over from Nanjiang. Take a look. Feng Xiao glanced at Yili, opened the file, and read it carefully. The more he read, the uglier his expression became. When Imo Xiaoyao and Yili finished their game of chess and left to put the chess pieces back into the box, he raised his head and said, Imo Jingli secretly funded the rebellion of the Saintess of Nanjiang. What's going on? If I remember correctly, the crown princess of Nanjiang should be Princess Xixia's younger sister. In the future, once the crown princess succeeds the throne, Nanjiao will become Imo Jingli's greatest support. Imo Xiaoyao held the warm teacup and said lightly, don't forget that the king of Nanjiao is only 40 years old this year. As long as there are no accidents, the crown princess will have to wait at least 20 years to succeed the throne. The king of Nanjiao and Princess Xixia are also father and daughter. Would he not support his own son-in-law? Feng Xiao said. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, I have interacted with the king of Nanjiao before. At the time, he was still the crown prince of Nanjiao. He is very cautious and smart. He definitely would not support Imo Jingli. If he would, 2 years ago, when Imo Xiaoyao went to Nanjiao, he would have married Princess Xixia to him and not have waited for Princess Xixia to come all the way to the Chu state. The king of Nanzhao must have been very unhappy in the match in June. The chances of either him or the crown princess supporting Mo Jingli are not high. Feng Jiao lowered his head to look at the file in his hand and said, "This is also the analysis." Then, when did Mo Jingli hook up with the Saintess of Nanjiang? Feng Jiao felt that they had really underestimated Mo Jingli in these past years. In his eyes, Mo Jingli had always been a hot-tempered fool. Even though he was a high and mighty imperial son, and he was only the bastard son of a wealthy merchant, he had never thought much of Mo Jingli. But looking at the messy affairs in Jing these past 2 years, which one of them did not involve Mo Jingli? Especially in the past half year, he had discovered that there were many officials in court who supported the king of Li. It should have happened when he went to Nanjiang. After all, he had stayed in Nanjiang for a long time, Mo Xiaoyao said with a frown. "Do you think that person in the palace knows about this matter now?" Feng Jiao asked curiously. The brothers of the imperial family fighting each other was the most interesting. "They shouldn't know. Your subordinates haven't received any news yet, have they?" Mo Xiaoyao said. Feng Jiao's face darkened. He was in charge of receiving all kinds of news in the Ding King's manor. Now that the news from Nanzhao had already reached his manor, his subordinates had not received any news at all. Of course, he knew that it was not that Mo Xiaoyao did not trust him. If he did not trust him, Mo Xiaoyao would not have so easily shown him the news. But knowing that someone was more powerful than him was always uncomfortable. You don't need to feel ashamed. This news is not spread out yet. Other than the people who have seen this file, no one else knows. Mo Xiaoyao did not want to hurt his good friend too much and said, "But I cannot tell you the source of this news. Think of a way to hand it over to Mo Jingqi." "Hand it over to Mo Jingqi?" Feng Jiao raised his brows. "Won't he go crazy with anger? But it's also good to let them fight among themselves. That way, we will have more time to do other things. Do we need to send people to Nanjiang? Although the current chaos in Nanjiang is beneficial to us, it may not be so in the long run. Nanzhao's people were valiant. Just like Zhou, they had long coveted the Chu state's vast territory and abundant resources. However, their country was too weak. They had been defeated by the Chu state several times and had no choice but to submit to the Chu state. Right now, we have no one to send. There should be someone in Nanjiang who can handle it. Let's not worry about it for now. Is there any news from the northern tribes?" Feng Jiao snorted softly. After Shi Ling and the Chu state's marriage alliance failed, their secret dealings with the northern tribes have become more frequent. I'm afraid that Lei Tingfeng has also sensed the problem between Mo Jingli and Mo Jingqi, so he decisively changed his mind. He plans to wait for the Chu state's internal strife before joining forces with the northern tribes to attack. Chapter 145. Lei Tingfeng. The Chu state is internally unstable. Does he think that Xiling will be any better? Mo Xiaoyao's smile was cold. He frowned and said, "Mr. Shen should be back soon, right?" Feng Jiao paused and said, "He should be back soon. When he comes back, invite him to Xiling." Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "I heard that the Emperor of Xiling has also been ill for a long time. Divine Dr. Shun's medical skills are outstanding, and he will probably be interested." Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "The Emperor of Xiling and Genom of Gojoseon? That seems like a good idea. I just don't know if the healthy Emperor of Xiling can tolerate Xiling having such a nameless but powerful regent." Yili sat quietly on the side and listened to the two discuss the matters of the countries. Unconsciously, she fell into a trance. She understood many of the things that had happened in Jing City in the past half year. She had seen the Emperor and the Empress Dowager using Prince Li's help in and out of the court. She hadn't thought that Mo Jingli would even involve Nanzhao. When the three of them were scheming against each other, did they think that some of the people they were scheming against were secretly working for the rise and fall of this country? "Li, what do you think Mo Jingli would benefit from secretly helping the Saintess of Nanjiang?" As she was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Mo Xiaoyao ask. Yili paused and frowned. Even if Mo Jingli has the Empress Dowager's support, he may not be a match for the Emperor. First of all, he is at a disadvantage in public opinion and morality. The Emperor was the previous Emperor's successor and is his brother. After the registration, he has treated him well. Rashly opposing the Emperor has no benefits for him. I think Mo Jingli has always placed too much importance on Nanzhao. On the surface, he has gained more than he has lost because of Princess Xixia. Therefore, Nanzhao must have some faction or person that he can rely on. Mo Xiao nodded and said, Lili is right. We all feel that Mo Jingli has changed too quickly over the years. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that he had only started to change after returning from the southern border. It was just that most people didn't notice this change. I'm sure that Mo Jingli may have been ambitious before this, but he definitely didn't have any intention of seizing the throne. Yili stood up and took out a map from a nearby cabinet. She unfolded it on the table and said, I don't know what the southern border has that makes him so confident. But in my opinion, if we can control the entire southern border, then even if Mo Jingli fails to seize the throne, the one who loses will not be him. Feng Jiao curiously moved over and asked, What do you mean? Yili pointed at the map and said, Mo Jingli's fief is in Ling province. It is only 300 li away from Nanzhao. The Dechu State's imperial family has decreed that the prince of the imperial family only needs to live in Jing for 2 months each year. But Mo Jingli, because of the concern of the Empress Dowager and the virtuous consort, stays in Jing for many years and doesn't return to his fief. Of course, this could also be the Emperor guarding against Mo Jingli. But Ling province is still the Li King's fief. Looking at the Li King's confidence, Ling province is completely under his control. Once Nanzhao fully supports the Li King and attacks Ling province from the outside, Yong province between Nanzhao and Ling province will also be in the bag. East of Ling province is flatland. If there is enough army, the Li King can go all the way east and control most of the southwest. The reinforcements from the court, even the fastest Black Cloud cavalry, will need at least 20 days to arrive. They also need to cross the Yunlan River that runs through the entire Dechu State. As far as I know, the Dechu State doesn't have an army that is skilled in water battles. That includes the Mahist army and the Black Cloud cavalry. As her slender white hands made light gestures, Feng Jiao's expression gradually became ugly. He was more familiar with the geography of Nanzhao and the Dechu State than Yili. He naturally knew what would happen if the two armies faced each other. The Dechu States east of Ling province had always been peaceful. It was also far from the border, so there were very few troops stationed there. If Mo Jingli truly allied with Nanzhao to march southeast instead of Nanzhao's habit of going north, as long as they pass Shattered Snow Pass in Yong province, it could be said that half of the Dechu State south of the Yunlan River would be given away for free. If Mo Jingli is truly working with Nanzhao, it is the same as treason. He will not do such a thing. Feng Jiao gritted his teeth. However, Yili's words still left a deep mark in his heart. If Mo Jingli truly did such a thing, the consequences would be unthinkable. Yao? Feng Jiao turned to Mo Xiaoyao, who was deep in thought, hoping to receive his approval. Mo Xiaoyao's brows furrowed slightly, as if he hadn't heard Feng Jiao's words. He stared at the map that Yili had placed in front of him, thinking about something. After a while, he said lightly, with Mo Jingli's personality, if he is forced into a corner, he might do something. Feng San, I want information on Nanjiang. The more detailed, the better. Feng Jiao nodded and said, I understand. It will be delivered to you within half a month. This, should we reveal it to that person in the palace? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, if he knows now, he will immediately lead his troops south. Mo Jingli could not tolerate others coveting his country. If he really knew of this guess, even if Mo Jingli didn't want to, he would be forced to. Feng Jiao said in confusion, If Mo Jingli really has such thoughts, isn't it best to get rid of him before his wings are fully grown? Mo Xiaoyao sighed softly. If we attack Nanzhao now, it will only make the king of Nanzhao and the saintess of Nanjiang put down their conflict and unite against the outside world. And we will likely be attacked from both sides by Xiling and the northern tribes. Originally, we wanted to deal with either Xiling or the northern tribes first. Since Nanzhao does not want to stay put, then let's think of a way to deal with them first. Deal with them? Feng Jiao and Yili both looked at Mo Xiaoyao. It was hard to believe that in such a short time, he had already thought of a way to deal with Nanzhao. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said, since the people of Nanjiang find it too boring to do anything, let them be busy for a while. Brother Su seems to have a good relationship with the crown princess of Nanzhao. Yili nodded mildly. Since Su Qingchun had said this in front of them, he must have no intention of hiding it. Mo Xiaoyao raised his brows and smiled. Since Jing Li secretly supports the saintess of Nanjiang as the monarch of the Chu state, and Nanzhao has always been on good terms with the Chu state, it is not unreasonable for the Chu state to give some support to the Nanzhao royal family. Feng San, suppress Jing Li's news for now. There is no need to let Mo Jingqi know. Feng Jiao nodded and smiled. Good idea. But Mo Jingqi won't listen to you. In reality, it was impossible for Mo Xiaoyao to give any advice to Mo Jingqi. No matter whether his advice was beneficial or harmful to the Chu state, Mo Jingqi would never accept it. Mo Xiaoyao was not worried about this. There will always be someone he will listen to. Also, Shattered Snow Pass. Just in case, we must have a capable person to guard it. Who is guarding Shattered Snow Pass right now? General Yunhui, Guanzhong. Feng Jiao answered. If I remember correctly, Guanzhong has never won a battle in his life. Mo Xiaoyao frowned. Although Guanzhong had no connection to the Mahist army, he still had some impression of this name. Feng Jiao raised his brows and smiled disdainfully. In reality, he has only fought 3 battles in his life. The first 2 were General Murong's deputy who followed along and gained a lot of military merit. The last battle was to suppress bandits. In Panlong Mountain had 800 bandits. He used 5,000 soldiers and lost 1,700. But in the end, he won. In addition, the last time he went to the battlefield was 7 years ago. But the most important thing is, Prince, you have a grudge against him. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.